Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm, actually criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are you doing today, guys? I hope you're doing well. Oh my goodness. It has been I've had a long day, like not a bad one. Just busy all day. Yes, I'm on time. I was actually early. Give me some credit. Goodness gracious. Okay, so part of my day though, like my day was adequate. I got to spend some good time with Lady Rackets and some of the kids. Not all of them. Some of them were like, oh, we're old. We're going to do our own thing. But so it was Lady Rackets and I and the younger ones went out and had a good time, did some fun activities and stuff like that. So it was good family outing. And, the rest of the evening's been pretty quiet, but something wild happened today. Hold on. Something wild happened today in my own case. So I've been trying really hard. All right. I've been trying exceptionally hard to not bring my personal drama to the streams because, coming back after a year off, I wanted people to know, like, the show. What's up, Rita? How you doing? That the show is still about, like, it's about legal cases. It's about political commentary. It's about making jokes and stuff like that. It's not about me, so to speak, and my travails and all of that fun stuff. Like, that is trying to draw or like build a better wall between, my life and the show, which is great. So that being said, I've been trying to keep my personal drama out of my show. If I want to talk about my personal drama, I go to other shows, right? But lately, we've had this harassment restraining order against me. It was issued ex parte, so it has not been actually really like reviewed, so to speak. They're granted pretty easily, and I have not had a chance to respond. But it has given a couple opportunities now. Oh, excuse me. There have been a couple opportunities now to kind of incorporate it in as a piece of legal education. And so we did that just the other day. We went through Fat Sean's analysis of what has gone on in the restraining orders against Melton and I so far. And then with the dropping of the exhibit list and the witness list, there was some rumblings, sort of like when he walks. And with that came some opinions and analysis that I found to be lacking. So I talked about it. What was it? It's Monday. That was Saturday night. So since then, things have changed dramatically. They have changed dramatically. Today, there were 2 documents filed. There's some more stuff that happened kind of behind the scenes. Nothing like secret. I'll tell you about it. It's nothing. Well, it's kind of curious, and it'll factor into our discussion. But today, the person who took the restraining order out against me, a guy by the name of Aaron Imholt, I can talk about him. Some people are confused about that. His lawyer withdrew from representing him for the restraining order. Now, this lawyers withdraw from representation for various reasons from time to time. This is nothing too crazy, except for the fact that the hearing is in 2 days. That is weird. All right. Like, that is not normal. He was brought in after the filing and serving of the restraining order. That happened. And then, I hired a lawyer, filed a certificate of representation. We asked for a hearing, all that stuff. And then after that, he lawyered up. Actually, he lawyered up to the point where his lawyer said he couldn't do the hearing that was scheduled on the 15th because this should have been resolved 6 fucking days ago. Bullshit is bullshit no matter how old, but this should have been resolved 6 days ago. But he hires a lawyer who can't make that hearing. That lawyer then requests a continuance. We oppose it. Now, both I and my lawyer were given a dressing down by a person whose BMI exceeds 4 digits. We were given a dressing down by Fat Sean for daring to oppose. Like, how dare you oppose this continuance? But here's the thing. The continuance was illegitimate from the start. HRO is illegitimate from the start. It's all fucking bullshit. All of it is bullshit. It's been bullshit the entire time. He lied in requesting the HRO. He lies on the document itself. He lies on the face of it. The lies are obvious to anybody who has looked into him or listened to him at all. And they're also obvious to anybody who's listened to me, because I have not ever threatened him in any way. I have stated that, Lady Rackets and I are strongly considering legal actions and our legal options. And, we have time to do that. But there have been no threats. There has never been a threat from me to him in any capacity. I have never attempted to reach out to him or anything like that, or interrupt his life. I mean, I sent some chats on his show until I was blocked from it. And that's the end of that. It's cool. Done. So I've never actually done anything to warrant a restraining order. I don't have any desire to see him. I don't have any desire to talk to him. I have to respond to a year and a couple months worth of pretty slanderous shit and just general faggotry from this guy. But that being said, this is a response. I try not to do it on this show. That's not what it's for. That's not what the show is for. But even on other shows, there's never a threat. There's never anything. There's just, okay, you said these things. Here we go. Here's them being not true. Over and over again, and over and over and over again. And usually I use his own words, which I think made him mad. Not that he has any regard for privacy, so I don't know why it would make him mad at all. But that being said, I like that phrase. That being said, I have addressed many things that have come up over the past year and a couple months, and there's still some stuff left unsaid about it. And the other thing that needs to happen is he needs to be made fun of because he's a fucking weirdo. And that being said, making fun of weirdo. Now I'm thinking about that fucking phrase and I'm saying it all the time. Damn it. You ever do that to yourself? You're like, oh no, I like this phrase that I just said 3 times in a row very uncomfortably. Now I'm self-conscious. Now I'm going to say, that being said, fuck. Anyway. He deserves some mockery and ridicule. But mockery and ridicule is always allowed. I'm not doing it I'm not going to his house and mocking him. I'm not sending the videos to his parents or his cousins or something. Although that would be funny. There hasn't been any action that I've done that comes anywhere near the definition of harassment under the statute, because I don't typically harass people. It's not my normal day-to-day activities. I tend to just laugh. I make fun of them. I might yell and scream, but I do it on my show. Here's where or someone else's show, as it were, if you will. But I do it, like in public, and I just do the venting or whatever online, and then that's it. I don't bring people to it. Usually people have to come to me to get screamed at, like like people like Eric July or Tonka or whatever. Like they did this to themselves most of the time. Just Some Guy. Do you remember that guy? That guy's a fucking weirdo too. That Just Some Guy. Like they would get into an argument or whatever, and then they would start being discourteous. So I would return the favor. But that's it. Like, I never want to go like beat someone up or do anything like that. That's not my MO. I'll just sit here and talk online, and it's great. So this whole thing is bullshit from the start. The request for the continuance is bullshit. What he's trying to do, I would think, is push this hearing back past he's got some upcoming golf outing or something that he might not want me to talk about. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is that he doesn't want me to say, but I know that the HRO is about him not liking my speech, which is too fucking bad. You can't use an HRO to stifle someone's speech. You can use an HRO to stifle non-protected speech. So with that, he's trying to push it back. He's trying to, for some reason, stifle my speech, and I think also put me at risk of arrest, because putting me at risk of arrest puts me at risk of trouble with probation and stuff like that. This is a long and very, very gay thing that's been going on. But getting back to where we were, Sean was castigating my lawyer and I for opposing the request for a continuance. Well, now he might request a continuance. He hasn't actually done so yet, as far as I can tell. It's possible that something came in late in the day today and wasn't filed, but it does not look like he has requested a continuance yet. So I have to proceed as if this thing is going on Wednesday, even though I have a strong feeling he's going to request a continuance tomorrow. If he does, I'm opposing it. I'll say it right here, because his request for a continuance is bullshit. He's the one who brought this. He should be fully prepared. I'm the one who's had to respond and scramble and hire people and gather resources and spend my precious time that I would rather spend doing literally anything than coming up with ways to counter a false HRO. But that's what I've had to do. And so I'm ready. And if his lawyer left him, which we're going to talk about, that's his own fault, and he should be ready too. So we're going to talk about that in a little bit. I think we'll start off with those Obama and Biden criminal conspiracy thing, though, which is this weird thing I saw in Joe's timeline. There's this new idea that Obama and Biden engaged in a seditious conspiracy for the purposes of undermining Trump, I guess. I think I get that. I think I understand. So it's a seditious conspiracy against Trump's first term in office, if I'm following correctly. And I don't know, because this is kind of like it's almost like a semi-lunatic theory. The idea that a former president and a sitting president can engage in seditious conspiracy against the state when the sitting president is the representative of the state is like, it's hard to do. You can still be seditious against the United States as a president. Like, that's possible to do. It's a hard concept because they hold so much sway, influence, and authority over what the United States is at any given moment. To say that they're fundamentally going against what the United States is a tough thing. I mean, on one hand, you could have seditious conspiracy, an attempt to undermine the U.S. government in some way. Like, let's say it's, Biden or Obama, and they're trying to interfere with Trump's ability to execute the powers of his office. I guess that might be seditious conspiracy in some conception. But then you have FDR, right? You have FDR rolling around in the White House, making all the boards creak or whatever. And his policies that he unleashes at the time are actively seditious against the core tenets and understandings of the United States. Yet they're very popular. He's a wartime president, so he's very popular. And so he gets elected to 4 terms in office prior to the passage of the amendment, which would limit it to 2. But that said, his policies are seditious. They're unconstitutional. His threat to the judiciary to appoint more judges and make the existing Supreme Court irrelevant, in my opinion, is as seditious as anything else. And he did it right out in the open, but he had co-conspirators doing it as well. Conspiracies don't have to happen in secret. There's no secret element to the conspiracy crime. It's just that people come up with a common scheme to commit a criminal act, and then they take an overt act in furtherance of the common scheme. That's a conspiracy, and that's a conspirator. And so the idea of seditious conspiracy in regards to a president becomes complicated, because to me, there are presidents who have had completely seditious presidencies. They have fundamentally changed the United States for the worse. FDR being one of them. For any of the good he did, he also implemented policies that were so overtly progressive and would cripple, lead to a crippling of the American economy, and potentially a hole that we'll never be able to dig ourselves out of, right? Like, we have to maintain economic superiority on the planet, because if the dollar stops being the standard currency and we are suddenly unable to freely borrow from every other country on earth, with really little expectation of when we'll pay them back, if we're ever not able to do that, we're in serious trouble. Our country will capsize economically very quickly. And FDR set up many of the policies that would lead to this, and change the mindset of the country to accept those policies as the new normal, rather than the much greater economic freedom and economic responsibility that existed prior to FDR. So we're going to talk a little bit about this and just kind of the nature of it, I guess, because it's kind of an interesting topic, though, right? And I think I've got a news story about it somewhere. So we'll check that out. But I do see a couple of chats have come in. And guys, I want to do this ad or whatever for Super Tips, just so people get to know it. Again, trying to get people familiar with the system. But if you go to supertip.gg/RL, you can send what is essentially a super chat, although it's better because you can either attach an AI voice to it. And we've got a couple new voices that are going to be hopefully generated really soon. And then you can have it set in an AI voice. We have a whole bunch of choices on there. More are coming. Or you can just send in a text-based super chat or super tip as well. The reason that they're better is they come to the creator faster than going through YouTube, and they take far less of a cut, only 10%, whereas YouTube takes 30% and potentially more if it's done from an Apple device. So we'll let's see. Try at super. Hold on, I'll put the link in the pinned chat. supertip.gg/RL. It's also in the description. Let me pin this real quick. But there's an interesting thing about Trump and FDR, right? Like Trump and FDR have some similarities too. I know that might be anathema to say. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but Trump and FDR are both populist presidents with assertive central government fueled economic policies. The big beautiful bill is a debt monster, and is intended to stimulate economic growth sufficient to incorporate the massive amount of debt that it will generate, like and to recover that debt through economic stimulus. Like that's the sort of theory behind it. But FDR had many of those theories as well. You know, his just were more overtly present in a wartime. But you know, there's a lot of similarity there. And FDR was popular because he's a populist. He focused on delivering to the people what they wanted at the time. And that's what Trump has kind of promised to do as well. Populist presidents are an interesting joker card in the presidential lineup because they're disruptive. The political elite isn't driving the bus, so to speak. The blue collar middle class is driving the bus. The silent majority of the United States finally gets to be heard for a little bit. And the silent majority of the United States has conflicting interests. They may be very interested in what happens to the country, you know, as a whole, as all of us are. Like we all want to wake up to still being in the United States, not having been taken over by someone else. But you know, they're conflicted because most of their time, energy, and resources go towards you know, preserving their family life and creating and increasing what they have personally. They're not economically liberated like the wealthy, and they're not economically innocent like the poorest of people, right? Like, so their focus tends to be on working, but anybody who's in the middle class or who's been in the middle class or whatever knows like that it's a daily struggle. Often a paycheck to paycheck struggle is how it's kind of presented. Getting ahead just enough to have like a buffer and a cushion for safety and security is an effort. Like an effort needs to be made to do that. The loss of an income in the household can be absolutely devastating. It can lead to all sorts of consequences. So like being in the middle class is this struggle between being plugged in enough, I guess, with the American government to care about its fundamental workings, but being focused, but having much of your attention, most of it, focused on yourself and your own situation, because your own situation is fragile. And if it collapses, then your life collapses, and then you can't focus on anything. So having a populist come in and represent those interests specifically and start giving the red meat that they want happens from time to time. And it's always threatening to both parties. It's always threatening to the existing power structure. And it's always interesting what new directions the country kind of goes in, or maybe, as it were, some returns to some old directions. And so I kind of enjoy watching this happen, but I do find it funny because like I like Trump. I think he's funny, and I think his brand of disruption is necessary right now. And I also think it's interesting because it's asking questions that we somehow haven't answered. So that is intriguing to me. I don't think he's perfect. I do not think that his economic policies are necessarily, or really any policies that I've run across, are necessarily the best things for the country, but I don't think they're the worst things for the country either. So I'm okay with it. And what I really want to do is see how things shake out between him and the judicial branch, him and the legislative branch. I want to see how those things, kind of fall into place. Let's see how the Legos stack up, so to speak. Grifty says, check DM's transcript from his plea hearing dropped. He admitted to everything on the record. I am aware. Thank you. Riley and Friends says, another win for the toe. Eric Allen says, yo, what's up, man? Not much. What's up with you? Just dealing with legal bullshit all day, every day. So Nathan Danner says, if Trump can end birthright citizenship, it will be a big deal. It will be a huge deal. It'll change how we've done citizenship, natural born, or like what is a natural born citizen in this country for quite some time. Like the birthright citizenship has been a function of the United States longer than any of us have been alive. Darth Brandon says, you libertarians will only be happy when there is no government. Libertarians are not anti-government. The basic premise of libertarianism is the absolute minimum amount of government. And so how small L libertarianism, large L libertarians go dance naked, like go do it. It's funny. Do that at your political rallies. I love it. Small L libertarianism for me starts like this. If I want the minimum amount of government, what I need to do is start with the idea on any given policy of zero government, and then add incremental amounts of government until you get to the minimum necessary to have a functional society. So, for example, interpersonal relations, like government manages the safety and security of its citizenry. So you need some sort of law or some sort of thing, some sort of mechanism, enforcement arm, to prevent murder, because that is the most basic and obvious threat to security, is the fact that you might be killed, like your personal security. So we want something to prevent someone else from killing us, even if that something is the threat of punishment or the threat of whatever, going through the legal process and all of that. So we want something there. My concept of libertarianism is I want the minimum thing there with the most protection for the individual, the defendant, and whatnot. But I do want some sort of enforcement mechanism or some sort of deterrent to happen, because I don't want to be murdered. I don't think. Some days might be okay with it, but most days don't want to be murdered. And then you go through pretty much every issue. You want some level of infrastructure, right? Now, ignoring like the Randian arguments that private industry could create a whole network of private infrastructure across the United States, and maybe even do it significantly better than the United States has done with the interstate highway system and all that. Because like at the end of the day, Amazon wants to ship you whatever you want to buy. And so the better the infrastructure is, the better Amazon is able to sell their products and bring them to you, right? Like that's conceptually understandable, I hope. And it's not just Amazon though, like Pizza Hut and Jimmy John's, like they want to bring you food. People want to bring you stuff. They want to send it to you. They want you to buy it and give them money in exchange for it. And so those in theory, like in an anarchist sort of theory, with no government, the private industry and private citizens who wanted to get to various places, like different parts of property and stuff like that, and maybe to a grocery store, they would end up building the roads. Like they would actually create the system. You may have seen posts about people who's like, how would you have roads without a government? It's like, well, you'd have them. You may not like the system that comes in, because they might all be toll roads, or there might be, private rules or whatever that you'd have to follow. Who knows what it would look like, but at the end of the day, like saying that the only way to get roads is a government is retarded. That's not true. But we're just so used to government providing the roads and the infrastructure that exists. So we've kind of become conditioned to it, but for what it's worth, state run infrastructure, at least a basic level of it, or state sort of directed or regulated infrastructure, isn't the worst thing. Like having civic planning that happens, and having a planned urban and suburban environment that is laid out coherently and intelligently, if that were the case, would be desirable. So again, you have this thing where you go, okay, well, I want that, but I don't want what we have with like the Department of Natural Resources, for example, where they say if there's any standing water on the property, that is a navigable waterway. Like, okay, no, it isn't. Like a small pond on a private property isn't a navigable waterway just because you can put a canoe on it and paddle across. So we want little bits of government where they're necessary, where they can be assistive, where they can make things be more rational and coherent. That's fine. That's what libertarianism is to me. But it's just the concept of starting the thought experiment at zero instead of starting the thought experiment as, well, we have a police force. Okay, police force might not be the best way to do things, but it might also be the best way to do things. Let's start at zero and find out. Like let's move there. Let's not start at police force, because if you start at police force, like, well, we have a police force. Well, now we have an emergency medical response force. Now we have a fire response force. Now we have, an escalated police force like an FBI or DEA or ATF. We have specialized forces. Now, actually, every government agency is a police force in waiting for any sort of training. The IRS and the Department of Natural Resources, suddenly they're being trained with and supplied with handguns and bulletproof vests. And you're like, why does an accountant need a bulletproof vest? I mean, except for my accountant, that guy better be on fucking watch. But like everybody else, like normal accountants don't need that. It doesn't make any sense. That's where we are now. And that's because the premise is, well, we should start with a police force. Well, it's like, well, why don't the premise is communities and people police themselves. And then we go, how much government do we want to add in to intrude into people's lives? And so on and so on and so on. Anyway, we're in this. Sorry, someone mentioned libertarianism. I kind of care about it. Like, I know I shouldn't. Let me see if I can find this story. Where was it? Trump posts fake video showing Obama arrest. This one might be good. Oh my gosh. Hold on. When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Shut up, Cookie. You and your Jack Bauer thing. You know, the guy's just a cop for the feds. All right. Let's take a peek at this thing here. Guys, do you want to do some cooking tonight? We might do some cooking tonight too. Oh, I got to say, be on the lookout for other funny stuff that we can talk about. I always like to have something at the, something to kind of wind down and laugh at later on in the show. Just mute the video because of the YMCA music. Oh, okay. Thanks for the warning. Stop making me so small. I'm already narrow-shouldered. It's not fair. Okay, so we've got Trump posts fake video showing Obama arrest. President Trump shared what appeared to be an AI-generated video of former President Barack Obama being detained in the Oval Office. Last time someone was detained that hard. Well, that ended. The fake video appears to be manipulated footage of an Oval Office meeting in November 2016 between then President Obama and Mr. Trump. This image looks fake from jump here. Like the textures don't look right. So how is it? It's not manipulated footage. It's generated footage. It may be based on something like, I don't know. I don't know how people get like super into generating like video content, especially. I don't know. Angel Australia, speaking of generating content, gifts 5 memberships. 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Angel Australia. Oh, guys. So I've located a trove of new videos. Right? Like I've done that. So we have a lot more, like, because we ended up watching a repeat of a cooking video on Saturday, and It was still a lot of fun for me, and other people seemed to suggest that it was fun. No one really complained too much that it was a repeat. But that was unintentional. There will not be a repeat tonight. There will not be a repeat tonight. However, I have located a particular video of the theme which we are discussing. And it was mentioned. It was mentioned on the last show. It's a very English recipe. I found it. It is 3 hours long, though. We're not doing that one tonight. It is 3 hours long. I don't know how. Like, I don't know what happens during all of this. But that being said, I don't know if I want to subject like a regular stream to it, because I want only the people who are dedicated, diehard cooking fans and chefs and aspiring line cooks and all of that. I want only those people there. And so I would like to do it maybe this week. And I'll try and warn ahead of time sufficiently. But I would like to do that. Probably we'll do it as a members only content. So just wanted to let the members know that your memberships are not in vain. There's membership only content coming, and it's going to take a while, but that's going to be just us, baby. Just us who really, really want to watch some good old fashioned culinary instruction. Yes, RAF. It will be members and locals members as well. I'll make it a first 5K gift. No. Oh, God. My goal is to get, so I bought a laser engraver to make the 5K gifts. I've talked about this a couple times, but I bought that. I have the laser engraver. I don't have it set up right now. I've got a couple things happening here at home that will allow me to get the laser engraver set up very soon. And then it will be...
Fuck yeah! We want that fat fuka cooking and sweating into his food. Most cringe cooking videos ever and fucking hilarious. Hey, 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 hey,
hey. Oh my God, I love the Ronnie O'Neill voice. But yes, so the 5K, like a mild spoiler on it, the 5K locals gift, the first 5K will be, it's a laser engraved thing. I just was going to have someone else do the laser engraving, but now it'll be me doing the laser engraving and getting that set up as soon as I can. And yeah, there's just been, it's kind of like I'm kind of busy, and my brain gets pulled in a lot of directions because I'm being sued all over the fucking place and criminally convicted and all sorts of other shit. And I'm trying to resolve those. The big civil lawsuit is gone for now, right? Like, it's gone. I guess something could come up, but for now it's gone. So that's great. I've got this stupid restraining order to get passed. Aaron Imholtz will be sentenced on October 2nd. And there's another thing that we may briefly talk about in regards to that, but he'll be sentenced on October 2nd. And then very likely there will be a follow-up civil action to that sentencing coming from me. But and I've got these HROs, like I said, or this HRO, it's one against me, one against Patrick Melton. I think of them as in the same vein. That's why I use plural. But so sorry, I get kind of distracted because there's all this pressing shit. Plus, I have my own probation. Been doing community service a little bit. It's kind of funny, like the community service. So effectively, I have to do 10 days of work. I've done 2. It's hard to do more, though, because there's just not, like, the way our county does it, there's just not time available. they'll only take so many workers per day. And when I say so many, it's like 6. So if and some of these people are coming over from the jail or whatever to do their work. So if you're not in jail, like if you're like me and you're on probation but you're released, you have to sign up for an available day. Like when I asked about this week, there was 1 day available, and that's not going to work because it was my Lady Rackets and I's anniversary. So I didn't really want to work on that day, and so I'm working 1 day next week because there was only 1 day next week too. Oftentimes that's all they have, but I have to essentially work 10 days, but it's like a struggle session to get 1 day a week. And I would love to do more than that. Frankly, I'd love to hammer it out. Like this is just 10 days total. I have 8 left. It won't be that big of a deal. I don't mind doing the work. It's the how do I describe them? The community service, like supervisors. They're cool. Like they're nice. They don't care. Like they've dealt with worse people than you. And so all you do is you go in and you just do your work. And like the other day I mowed the lawns of the, the community service building. Like I mowed the area because I happen to know how to operate a riding lawnmower. Not everybody who goes there does. So that's what I got to do. It was easy. It was great. I like driving those fucking things around anyway. They're fun. But yeah, so trying to manage that and everything. It just, my brain gets pulled in a million directions, but I will get the laser engraver set up. Then it'll just be tweaking a few design things to make sure I'm getting the right thing that I want to send out, and then we'll get them sent out. Next up, cleaning toilets. So other people, like, they did have to do that. Sometimes, so in our county, there's no alternative stuff. Like some people were like, oh, maybe you can lead like an AA group or something, or do some speeches. I was like, they should probably, like, a good thing would be to send me around, just because I have a background in public speaking, to different places to do like talks about sobriety and talks about the downsides of drug use and stuff. Like you could send me to a high school or something. I don't know. Or talk about like being sober from alcohol, almost at 100 days, by the way. But, like I could go speak about sobriety or something. And I offered to do, like, I was like, do you guys do anything like that? Do you, cause I have a demonstrated record of being a public speaker. So I could go do that in case you guys don't have anyone. Or I would be happy to lead like an AA group or something like that, or to, any sort of thing. And they said, nope, we don't do that here. You got to go to like a city for those things. Out here, there's just 2 guys and they do like a lot of maintenance around the county, and you just do whatever they need to do. Like you might be changing oil or washing county vehicles, or you might be putting up signs like I did the first time, or mowing a lawn. And sometimes it means going to the county parks and cleaning the bathrooms. I haven't rolled that shitty dice yet, so hopefully I don't have to. Paul E123 says, you keep saying drugs are awesome, but illegal. Do you think you're the right person to talk to kids? Have you ever listened to anyone speak about sobriety at a high school? Do you remember being in high school and listening to them? Some of the things that are very common expressions amongst recovering addicts or whatever is stuff like, you'll never feel the same as you did on the substance, because what they're trying to do is like give a little bit of the reality. And they want to warn people, though, like you're setting yourself up for failure because you'll chase the high. Are you retarded? Like, do you chase a bad thing? People don't do that. If I go to a high school, though, and you ask me to public speak at a high school, I'm not going to be like, hey, guys, drugs are so cool. Like, you moderate your speech for the environment you're in. Is this a thing people don't do? Like, do you guys speak the same in church as you do in like a bar or like with your best friends? Like this is such a weird concept to me that people act like no one knows how to choose an appropriate level of vernacular for the situation that you're in. And if you think that they're going to let me go up and speak without approving my speech, like you're out of your fucking mind. Like I'd have to write a presentation, but it doesn't matter because I don't get to do it, right? They don't offer that in the county. Yes, and by the way, to answer your question, absolutely. Of all the people I've seen, this is going to sound horrifically hubristic, but I don't mean it this way. But of all the people I've ever encountered talking to teenagers or high schoolers about drug use and addiction, I think I would be among the very best at it at this point in time. To answer your question, yeah, I think I'm the right person to do it because everybody else I've seen do it's a fucking dork. And I'm not a fucking dork. I'm just a dork. Flightless, welcome to lawyer status. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I hope to make it very worth it for you.
Lost my job, hut jokes on them. I've got 200 hours of PTO that they've got to pay me.
Well, you lost your job, but the joke's on them. You've got 200 hours of PTO. They've got to pay me. That's awesome. Get it. Get it, Asia Frazier. Use it as a, use that nice like 200 hour paycheck as a buffer and find your next endeavor. Sounds like you got a good attitude about it.
Nick, how dare you? Jack Bauer of the series 24 is outstanding. I watch it almost daily. Jack taught me how to kick anybody's butt. I adore him. They working on a movie. Panzer send me the $5.
Thank you, Nahal. Diamond says, yo, Rekieta Law, I still stand by you. Cool, thanks. I appreciate that. I stand by you too. Like that song. I'll stand by you. Ellie, what's up, Ellie?
Did you hear that Ellie lost 75 lobby? She needs some gym motivation. Cheerleader activated.
Wait a minute. You lost 75 pounds? Oh, that Ellie. Sorry, I thought you were a different Ellie. I was like, if she lost 75 pounds, she's dead. This Ellie. No, I didn't hear that. You need some gym motivation? Ellie, I'm proud of you. That's awesome. Here's some motivation. You lost 75 pounds. It's going to track you down and find its way back. So you need to go to the gym and hide from it because pounds don't go to the gym. Get in there. Get lifting like whatever level of weight is appropriate for your for your body goals, and then do it. Develop a habit, a healthier one than I did.
The first reason we didn't get the first 5K gift was cocaine. Have a little faith, folks. He's sober now. Love you, buddy.
It actually wasn't, but that's fucking funny. Damn it. Cotton 4K. Fuck.
Don't lie. You're a dork.
I said I was a dork. When you lost those 75 pounds, was it in the ears? The Squid says your county does community service in the dumbest ways. Mine allows either working for the city or what I did, which is volunteering at an animal shelter. My only problem with my community service is that at my sentencing hearing, what the prosecutor said, and this is not me calling out the prosecutor or anything like that. I'm very happy with how sentencing went and all that stuff. But the prosecutor said, we don't want to just have him pay a fine. We want him to engage in pro-sober community service activities. And so to me, a pro-sober community service activity would be like sober advocacy. Or maybe like I would work as a designated driver or something, something to help out with some of the pitfalls of alcohol use, like people who DUIs and stuff. I could operate a community like rideshare thing for sober drive. I don't know, something like that. To me, that would be pro-sober activities that could be done. Something that would actually be pro-sober. But like the community service that I'm doing isn't pro-sober activity within the community. It's just maintenance of community property. And it's like, well, what does that have to do with sobriety? And that when they specifically say they want me in the community being pro-sober, like that isn't happening in any way. that's tangible. So my only problem with it is conceptual. But I don't really care at the end of the day. I just want to be done. So I'm not fucking complaining. Diamond says, it's Steph. I am by you and your family. The passing of legal vices threw me for a loop, but I wish you nothing but love, happiness, and success. Oh, thanks, Steph. Good to see you. Thanks for letting me know who you are. I'll try and remember that. Okay, back to this fucking weird article. Where did I put it? I've got it on your screen, but I don't have it on mine. Here we go. President Trump reposted a fake video showing former President Barack Obama being arrested in the Oval Office as Trump administration officials continue to accuse Mr. Obama of trying to harm Mr. Trump's campaign during the 2016 election, and the president seeks to redirect conversation from the Epstein files. Okay, two things. Yes, obviously, Trump he's going to the well. What are we doing? We've got a problem with this Epstein thing. People are hyper-focused on it. We got to change it up. We got to change the conversation. So where should we go? Who's that guy they didn't like? Who's that guy? The black one, I think. Obama. Yes, that guy. We got to find something on him. Dirt on him. Whatever you got to do. Don't look in Kenya. Ask Hillary. She'll know. She'll know what to do. Don't call her, though. So anyway, yes, he wants to redirect from the Epstein stuff. The Epstein stuff has upset his base. This is going to pass because Trump is ingrained in like the MAGA community and Trump are so thoroughly intertwined. There's animosity, anger, disappointment, whatever towards Trump in relation to the Epstein files, of course, because he kind of promised this is going to come out and now it's sputtering out and being completely worthless. So there's going to be some anger there, but the two entities are so enmeshed with each other that this is going to, I believe this will blow over. And, he's still like overwhelmingly involved in the types of things that they want. And he's the type of guy that they want. And he gets things done in the way that they want. So that's going to override this disappointment, but it's a big story and he does need to deflect it as much as possible because I don't think he can mitigate it for whatever reason. There's a hesitancy to actually open the files. We know they exist. Like they have to. They've talked about them and talked about them and talked about them. Even now, like they don't really deny that there's something there. They're just like, well, it's not like a client list though. And that's what we said we'd release. It's more like something else. So we know there's something there. Don't know why they're not releasing it, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. So they're going to, drip some stuff out as much as possible. So he does need to do that. But that all as it is. Is there any doubt at all that Obama tried to harm Trump's campaign during the 2016 election? Is there any doubt at all that he did that? And probably with the full cooperation of Joe Biden as well, right? Assumedly. If you doubt that happened, like there's just no way to doubt that. Like we know that they tapped the phone of his campaign headquarters. Like we know that happened. That's been disclosed. Trump was like, they were on my phones. I heard them. I heard the clicks. I watched that movie and that series, Breaking Bad. And I know you listen for a certain amount of time. You hear a click, some guy grunting. So they definitely were involved in damaging Trump's campaign and I would say undermining his presidency with the Seal dossier and shit like that. Like that happened. So we do have those two things both being there. So we're right. Like Trump is definitely concerned about how the Epstein fallout is going, and reaching into the well of going after Obama is a safe bet. And more importantly, going after Obama, that's something that definitely happened. Like we know. So everybody is confident, or everybody who's going to be watching this will be confident that yes, this is has a basis in fact. Or at least that's the theory, is that it has a sufficient basis in fact for them to be going after it. That's the idea here. How that's going to work out, I don't know, but like that's a concept. And for what it's worth, I think Trump should go back to that well whenever he needs to. Remember, they tried to keep me out. They've impeded my progress. They've stood in the way of my agenda, and my agenda is your agenda. And this is basic politics, and it's basic. I don't want to say manipulation, but it's basic fanning for support, right? Like stoking the fires of your base. And he should do it because his entire presidency is based on the political will of like this core group of people, and then the populist chains that are pulling everybody along with it. If he loses that, if he doesn't, nurture it and nurse it and love it, then he won't have the political will to go against Congress. Congress, who's a bunch of cockbags who don't like him. And then you've also got a judicial branch that seems torn on Trump. And I think they're really scared of his political power and popularity. And so with all that, he needs to maintain it. And he should. Like if you're the president, go be the fucking president. Like do it. It's weird to think it's like, well, why would he shouldn't be going back to the well on this, or he shouldn't be going after Obama. Yes, he should. He should bolster and remind people of his own importance and just how scared everybody was of him so that he can affect his policy decisions. Like that is obvious. He should do that. And I don't understand people who would think that he doesn't, or that he wouldn't do that. And I think those people might have, underlying political agendas where they just don't want him to be functional. But if we've got a president, like the president should act. That's what they're there for. It's the executive branch for a fucking reason.
Will cooking like Kurt make me gain back the 75 pounds that I lost asking for a friend?
No, you'll lose more weight because you'll die.
Absolutely. Obama was a bigger scumbag than one of Barry Wood's used condoms.
He was kind of a dick. Don't like him much. Okay, so here we go. The short video, which appears to have been generated by AI and posted on TikTok, which makes it official, before being reposted on Mr. Trump's Truth social account on Sunday, comes days after the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued the latest in a series of reports from the Trump administration trying to undermine the 8-year-old assessment that Russia favored the election of Mr. Trump. Are we still on Russiagate? Like, are we still there? Russia favored the election of Mr. Trump. Who fucking cares? Unless you've got hard evidence of Trump colluding with Russia to improperly influence an election. And I really don't like the idea of improper influence through ads or whatever is frustrating, because it's like, well, but we have a First Amendment and we say people can say kind of whatever they want as long as they're not committing a crime or a fraud. So like having this might be very unpopular, but having a foreign nation, take out ads effectively or create some sort of propaganda that they want to air, unless we're going to deny First Amendment rights to foreign nations. And I'm actually okay with that, but unless we're going to deny First Amendment rights to foreign nations, like, what do you do about it? Right. But either way, Russia favoring Trump in the election doesn't mean that Trump did anything wrong. Like every country on earth has an opinion somewhere about which would be a better candidate. It's like, oh, Iran wants this guy. It's like, well, but that doesn't mean that guy wants Iran. Like some of these relationships are one way and very much through windows. So like this whole like Russia favored the election of Mr. Trump. Yeah. So what? Who cares? Show me something where Trump did something improper, and then that's a better criticism. Obama's at fault. He got rid of Munt. My main thing is, no, we'll just keep going. Damn it. The Video appears to be manipulated footage of an Oval Office meeting that took place in November 2016 between Mr. Obama, then the president, and Mr. Trump, who days earlier had defeated Hillary Clinton, the Democratic nominee, in the election. The main person to defeat Hillary Clinton was Monica Lewinsky, because she didn't use teeth. The fake video purports to show FBI agents bursting into the meeting, pushing Obama into the kneeling position and putting him in handcuffs as Mr. Trump looks on smiling. At least they didn't Floyd him, right? Kneeling on his back until he says, Michael, save me. I can't breathe. While the song YMCA by the Village People plays, later the fake video shows Mr. Obama in an orange jumpsuit pacing in a cell. The start of the video shows a compilation of actual footage of Democratic leaders, including Mr. Obama and former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., saying no one is above the law. That's pretty funny, right? Mr. Obama's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the video. Mr. Trump regularly posts AI-generated or mocked-up videos and photographs on his True Social account. And this is one of the things about Trump that I kind of like, and I think is what makes him, what endears him to like the MAGA movement and stuff like that. When people like any action where people go, that's not very presidential, I'm like, yeah, good. I want to see more not very presidential stuff, because I don't think the office of the presidency over the course of the, of our country has actually been preserved with the dignity that they claim it has. And so I don't necessarily want someone acting quote unquote presidential, because that boxes in what a president and therefore what a populace is looking for in the representative of their country. And I don't want to restrict what the people want. The people want to have their voice represented by one guy. Like we have that system. They have their own representatives, but the one guy represents the voice of the people and the political will of the country. Why would we restrain him with some sort of notion of propriety? Like what is proper and improper? Proper is whatever the people want at the time, because sometimes you need an ass kicker, right? Like sometimes you need, I guess, an Andrew Jackson. Then other times you need, no one ever needs a Jimmy Carter, but you get the idea, I think. But I like that about Trump. And so they're like, oh, that's not very presidential. He's posting these AI videos. It's not that Trump isn't posting a thing that he believes Obama is being arrested or whatever. He's got something in his mind about the message he wants to deliver, right? Something about like, these guys are criminals. These guys are crooks. They've been trying to stop me. Maybe it's, we're going to go after these guys. Maybe it's whatever, but like he posts he does it in a silly manner. This silly manner is it's what people wanted. Like we want that. New York Times is like, we don't know what silliness is. I mean, yeah, you do. Look at the editorial board. Ari Berry says, remember me from Locals. I do. How are you, Ari? Nice to see you.
Trump's spray tan is improper. Let's talk about how fabulous my hair is.
Trump's spray tan is improper. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, said last week that the latest report released by her offices showed a treasonous conspiracy in 2016 by top Obama administration officials to harm Mr. Trump. She said she would make a criminal referral to the FBI based on recently released documents. And this is where, I think this is where sort of my, Ari Berry says, how about that Aryan the vegetarian girl? Hey, that's not you. Is it? It's not the same person, I don't think. But yeah, I remember her. She's been in chat a couple times lately. She was in chat on Saturday. Okay, so a link to real video footage from an interview that Ms. Gabbard gave to Fox News on Sunday on the subject was also posted to Mr. Trump's social media. Democrats have denounced the administration's effort to discredit Mr. Obama as politically motivated. This sentence is marvelous. Right? This is marvelous. Really? So Trump's efforts to discredit Obama are politically motivated. Oh my God, that's revelatory. What I didn't even think of that. It's amazing. and riddled with errors and contradicting previous reviews of the assessment. The latest document issued last week did not show Russian manipulation of the election and instead reinforced the view of intelligence officials who found no evidence that Russia hacked voting systems to change votes. Are we still on the... Harry says, that is me, you turd. Well, I didn't know. You got a different name. Why'd you switch accounts? What happened? The latest document issued last week did not show Russian manipulation of the election, instead reinforced the view, that no evidence that Russia hacked voting systems to change votes. That's not, by the way, that's not influencing the election. Manipulation of the election is not just accomplished by hacking voting systems to change votes. This is one of those ways that, you can kind of dismantle an entire argument by going after a specific thing that is either marginally related or is a part of the problem. And it's a rhetorical technique, and it's not pure argument from the sense of like you're logically deconstructing the ideas of your opponent. Like it's more like you're logically deconstructing one thing and suggesting that all the things are bad. But politics is the realm of rhetoric. It's not necessarily the realm of facts. We all want it to be, but it isn't. It's an arena where people get in and get dirty. Democrats have cited reports by intelligence agencies and Senate investigators who found that while Russian hackers probed election systems to see if they could change vote outcomes and extracted voter registration data in at least 2 states, there was no evidence that they attempted to change votes. It's amazing. They couldn't do that anyway. We were told all over the place that you can't hack those systems and change the votes. The Obama administration's assessment also did not say that Russian hackers manipulated votes. No, the administration's assessment didn't, but they implied and suggested that happened a whole lot. Mr. Trump has been trying to change the conversation among his supporters after the Justice Department walked back its promise to release a full collection of files about Jeffrey Epstein, a multi-millionaire financier and convicted sex offender who died in prison in 2019. That decision angered some of the president's most ardent supporters. Some have questioned Mr. Trump's judgment on the matter, causing strife within the MAGA movement that powered Mr. Trump to 2 presidential election victories. Okay. So that's the basic gist here. I'm not going to play the video. Who cares about the video? One of the other things I saw it was something like Trump is like looks at Obama and says, "I'm watching you," or something like that. I don't know if that was the exact same thing, but that was basically the premise in the of some additional thing that happened. Let's talk about this real quick. We're not going to spend much more time on this subject, but I want to talk about this legally because we've got a couple things. Trump has spent his entire second term pushing the concept of presidential immunity and pushing for a maximum sort of threshold on presidential immunity. Now, there's a couple of things that may have occurred that I don't think many people realize might have been going on. Okay. This one's kind of funny. It's possible, because Trump got his convictions or whatever, and the Democrats were doing these things. And so everybody is going, okay, well, Trump is trying to protect his own hide. He's trying to eliminate these convictions. And of course he is doing that. He's trying to eliminate these convictions. He's trying to eliminate the distraction of the prosecutions of Trump. And then the idea that when he gets out of office, he's going to be prosecuted again and again and again. Right. So he's trying to head this stuff off and shore up his personal space. But what if, because his convictions likely weren't going to result in jail time. It's also kind of impossible to put a former president in jail under the Secret Service Act, because the Secret Service has to be in a position to be able to protect a former president at all times. So without impeachment and removal, he's legally entitled to Secret Service protection. So you can't just put him in prison because the Secret Service can't operate effectively in there to keep him safe. So we've got problems with that. Trump's not going to go to prison. Trump could be fined a whole lot or whatever. Sure. And so he definitely wants to avoid that stuff. But here's the thing. What if Trump was actually pushing the Supreme Court to establish the outer limits of immunity, not for himself, but to figure out if he could prosecute Obama and Biden? That is something that I never considered while he was pushing presidential immunity, bringing it to the Supreme Court, and the national discussion was focused on the crimes of Donald Trump. What? Moody Morgan says, so instead of asking what I mean, you just be boring and throw names. Ugh, come on, do better. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Might be talking to someone else. So what if Trump was exploring the limits of presidential immunity so he could establish not that presidents are immune all the way? I mean, he pushed for full immunity, but that's the legal, like, there's a difference between what you want and the legally appropriate thing to do. And pushing for full immunity, Trump's a negotiator. So the perspective of pushing for something full and expecting to get something less is not foreign to him. And in fact, has been a large part of lots of Trump strategies. What if he was just establishing the limits of presidential immunity for the purposes of prosecuting his enemies? That would be really fucking funny and so much more foresight than I think anybody would give Trump credit for. That's like a 6D chess move. That's like so many Ds in chess. I don't even know how many there are. And that's wonderful if he did that. But right now, you've got a Supreme Court that has said that anything that is an official duty of the president of the United States, or within, even close to its official duties, has qualifies under this presidential immunity. Is it an official act? Not is the official act proper or not, but is it an official act of the president? If it's an official act of the president, then it's protected and privileged from criminal prosecution. So can Trump go after Obama and Biden? I don't know. We got some answers on presidential immunity with Trump's case, but this would be a different level, a completely different level. The acts that Obama would have taken against Trump, interfering with his campaign and whatnot, would be certainly during his presidency, right? Like, because he would have, he did have his executive branch had law enforcement that was monitoring his political campaign, perhaps illegally, perhaps with an intent to undermine, perhaps a criminal intent to undermine. We don't know. We don't necessarily know all of that which took place, but that would have happened within his presidency. So the next question is it an act within the office of the president? It's easy to say no, but it's also easy to say yes. If you remember the Obama administration's claim when this actually was released and revealed that Trump's campaign was being monitored by the CIA, I believe, is because of contacts with between people within Trump's campaign and foreign heads of state and other foreign representatives. And they said that those contacts may have been improper. I think one guy was prosecuted for it, got like 6 months. Something like that. He was on a train with like a German or Russian or something. I don't remember the details. It doesn't really matter. They said the meeting was improper, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they can claim certainly that there's a basis for maintaining national security, et cetera, and that is an official act of the president. And so therefore it's protected and there's presidential immunity. But is it? Is a good question, because there shouldn't, in my opinion, there should not be monitoring of a competing political party's presidential headquarters by the existing government, which the existing government includes as vice president, a potential or an opposing candidate. We the Rabble says, where's TMF Squid? I don't know. He was here earlier, wasn't he? Yeah. No, the Squid was here earlier. I don't know where TMF Squid is. But so we have a question of whether or not that's an official act. So we have an immunity question with Obama and Biden. But one thing I saw on Twitter, because Good Logic was commenting on it, maybe I should pull that up. I don't know. Should we? Probably don't need to pull it up. Joe says, what if Obama and Biden are in a seditious conspiracy? It's a response to this Brian, whatever guy's name. I don't know. Probably some egg-headed fucking lawyer who's a Democrat who says like Obama hasn't had anybody in office since 2017. That's more than 5 years ago. We're beyond the statute of limitations on any of sedition. And so undermining the government. We're beyond the statute of limitations. Boom, done, closed case. That's shit analysis. Okay. Because it assumes that a seditious conspiracy between Obama and Biden can only occur so long as Obama is in office as president. But that's not necessarily true. Obama still has a significant amount of political power, even though it's just not official political power, but it's political power within the Democrat Party. It's political power within a large segment of the populace that still liked him. Maybe it's not that large, but you get the idea. It's more than you and I have. So we have to talk about what the statute of limitations is on seditious conspiracy and how that works. And this is an interesting sort of question. The Squid says, pretty sure Watergate proves that wiretapping your political opponents falls outside the duties of the president. Now determine if anything can be done after the president is out of office. Maybe wiretapping your enemies is outside the duties of the president. However, they espoused at least a conceivably arguable position that there was potential that they were monitoring foreign collusion, and if they show that maybe there was enough segregation or firewalling between the investigating agency and the Obama administration, maybe they could come up with something where it's like it was a political, like it was an act of the president in the interest of national security. Because they're saying, no, Trump is being seditious against the United States by colluding with foreign nationals, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's an argument there. I'm not saying it's the best argument. I'm not saying it's a winning argument or a losing argument. There's an argument, and this is this is a complex issue. That's a deeply complex issue, and it actually has a lot to do with what we want as a nation, because it's not clear that would be illegal or legal, right? Like it's kind of a weird concept to get into. It's like, wait, what if a presidential candidate were unlawfully colluding with enemy heads of state? Would we ever be able to monitor them? Is there any circumstance in which it's okay? And maybe the answer is no. Like maybe we don't want that. And that's cool. Like I'm fine with not wanting that, but I'm also like, I'm okay to consider like what happens if we want that. Do we want to have that monitoring? And I'm not sure. We the Rabble says first case of post office impeachment required before trying to hold Obama accountable. Possibly. That gets around the presidential immunity would be post office impeachment. I don't know that it's the first case of post office impeachment. The Trump case was effectively like it actually happened when he was out of office, even though it was filed beforehand. But yes, the question is, can you impeach a former president? And I don't know. I have no idea. But let's tackle the statute of limitations issue real quick, though, because I do think there was some confusion. I can summarize this pretty quickly. Federal conspiracy criminal law is pretty wild on statute of limitations. It does have a statute of limitation of 5 years on what would be considered a lot of the crimes here. However, Joe posts a hypothetical that Biden and Obama conspired to do so because now you have two people, political allies, maybe colluding, who work together at a very high and very close level, conspiring maybe against their political opponent, which would be Donald Trump, to undermine his first presidency, which would then, allow Joe Biden to come in and win an election. Like, that's pretty big. A conspiracy is only over for a defendant under two conditions, because conspiracies don't, or three conditions. Two conditions. The second one is in two parts, is a better way to put that. Okay. Conspiracies don't end until either their purpose is achieved or the conspiracy is withdrawn or the conspirator withdraws. All right. So if you have like 10 people and one person says, I'm out, and they clearly communicate that to their co-conspirators or the United States government, then they're out. But that's it. Like that's an exceedingly high standard, I guess, is the way to put that. Like, you have to tell the conspiracy with to show that you withdrew from the conspiracy, you have to provide evidence that you did. That's tough. But that's the only way you show that the conspiracy is ended for you as a defendant, is either the purpose was achieved, or this is two with the two-part. Number two has the two-parter. You clearly withdraw from the conspiracy, which involves either communication with U.S. government officials or communication with co-conspirators. So where we see this happening is someone will say they're withdrawing from the conspiracy. They're going to provide the state with evidence or cooperation. Maybe they got popped for something and they want help. The feds want help busting the conspiracy ring. So they'll withdraw and communicate that to the federal authorities as opposed to their co-conspirators. But there's also the case where, like, hey guys, like, this is too fucking far for me. I don't want to kidnap this person. I don't want to hold up this bank. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to commit this federal crime. I'm out. Like, peace. Let me go. Like, and so the idea, of course, is that that's exceedingly risky for anybody who's involved in a conspiracy to suddenly step out of it. But you have to have evidence. And if you think of the reasoning, it's pretty simple. If the alternative was anybody can say, oh, no, I wasn't involved in the conspiracy, because you just say so, well, then anybody can just say, like, anytime they get arrested, like, no, I was out of that. So since the conspiracy doesn't end until the conspiracy's goal is achieved or the conspirator withdraws, the statute of limitations doesn't actually start until that moment. So, kind of wrapping all this up, can Donald Trump prosecute Obama and or Biden for criminal conspiracy to undermine his first term in office? He could try, sure. The hurdles are the statute of limitations. Does it end? Did they achieve the conspiracy's purpose? Like, we're just saying undermine his election, seditiously undermine his presidency. I mean, maybe they achieved the purpose when he wasn't reelected in 2020. Like, maybe that was the achievement of the purpose. And in a weird way, in a couple months, that would be the argument you'd want to make. Actually, Your Honor, my clients were involved in a criminal conspiracy. However, that conspiracy achieved its purpose when he was defeated in November of 2020. The election happened. Maybe you go to the inauguration at 2021, like wherever you aim for your 5-year mark or your mark on where the conspiracy ended. It's with the non-election of Donald Trump, or maybe the non-inauguration of Donald Trump. Maybe that's where it ended. Maybe it just ended with the Russiagate file and the production of stuff. And then once that was into the public eye, that was the end of the conspiracy. And of course, you'd want to argue that the conspiracy ended earlier and earlier if you're Trump or if you're Obama and Biden, because you want to be beyond the statute of limitations. So statute of limitations is a hurdle, and it involves a discussion of when the conspiratorial acts may have ended. Now, this is assuming there's a conspiracy and not just individual actors. But I think at this level, at this level of gameplay, you're talking about a conspiracy and likely a pretty simple to prove conspiracy, at least in as much as who major players are. Obama and Biden make sense. Now, who in their administrations and teams like the spider web reaches is a different question. But having this seditious conspiracy it's ongoing until it's not. And unless there was a communication that either one of them was out, like maybe Obama's like, Joe, you're crazy. I'm done. Maybe there's something like that. That's a possibility. But so you've got that. Okay. So you've got the statute of limitations as a hurdle. You have Biden's power to pardon as a hurdle. Because it's possible that Biden issued a pardon for himself and Obama that was not made public. Who knows? Like, I don't know. Can the president issue a pardon that is kept in secret or is not released until an appropriate later time, should anything happen? But, the act of pardoning someone implies that there's something to pardon them from. Now, a president technically, because we don't know the answer, but a president technically could absolve someone of all federal crimes that they may have committed up to the moment of the pardon. But then that begs the question: does the seditious conspiracy continue through Biden's term? Is the pardon part of the seditious conspiracy? Can it be part of the conspiracy? Is this another act in furtherance of the conspiracy's goals? Don't know. Right? Like these are questions that are not answered anywhere. And to try and contemplate the idea that we have a president going after two former presidents separated by one of his terms is, and that they acted to prevent him from either attaining office or being effective in office is wild, because he did obtain office. And then he was not reelected immediately, but he was reelected later. So if he's saying that they prevented him from having subsequent terms, and so he had to have a separated term, like maybe that's the thing, but he was reelected. So was the conspiracy effective? Was there a conspiracy against him? Like you have to, this is a lot. That's evidence against the existence of this conspiracy. But conspiracies don't have to be effective to exist. There just have to be overt acts in furtherance of them. So where does this all stop? Like, where's the conspiracy and does it end? Where's the statute of limitations kicked in? And interestingly, like even in the absence of an immunity argument, you have a statute of limitations argument for Obama and Biden that would be beneficial to say, no, actually, that we achieved our purpose way back. We achieved it way back during the election of 2016 with the Russiagate stuff, which would then go on for years and years and years. But then we also have the presidential immunity cherry on top of the shit sundae that we've just built, where we go, okay, are they immune? Oh, but going back also, the power to pardon. Can there be a pocket pardon or a concealed pardon? The pardon power is so broad, and the Supreme Court is hesitant to do anything with it. So maybe Biden could have pardoned Obama and himself for any crimes that they may have committed up to the point of his last day in office. That's a possibility. Is that a challengeable thing? I don't know. So then you have to go after anything that happened after that and only that? Yeah, maybe. Can Biden pardon himself? Can the president pardon himself? We haven't answered this question yet. I thought Trump would be the one to answer the question. I believe Biden pardoned his entire family. Did that include him? Does he need to announce it? What are the requirements for a pardon? We don't actually have any. The president the executive branch has a set of steps that they follow to effectuate a pardon, but the Supreme Court has said over and over that they don't really have the authority to determine a pardon to be invalid. So it's kind of nutty. Can a subsequent president rescind a pardon? I don't think so. I tend to be opposed to that type of stuff. So yeah, I wanted to bring this up because I found the exploration of the question interesting. It's complicated, and we have no fucking idea what any of the answers are. But I love this concept that Trump may have pulled the the 4D chess move to find out the limits of prosecution so that he could prosecute. I don't think he should. I think he should just dump on them. I think he should dump on them for political points to bolster his own reputation and to give red meat to his base. I think he should do that. I don't think prosecuting them, I think that's a quagmire that will bog down his presidency, bog down his ability to execute political will. It'll tie up his actions with uncertainty that he doesn't need right now. Certainty is making fun of Obama and Biden, and that seems to be what he's done here. I think that's the most important takeaway from my perspective, is that I believe that this is just basically saying these guys are crooks, these guys are bad guys, I'm a good guy. Let's not forget that. Let's forget the Epstein stuff. But he's going to the red meat that he's doling out to his base, and he's going to the well that's been that's produced before. I don't think there's any problem with that. I think that's the most effective strategy for him too. What do you guys think? Okay. That went a little longer than I thought, but the topic's complicated, man. I don't know. And there's not a good way to really explain it. All right. Let me get these files for us. We're going to move on to the next topic. We're going to move on to the next topic, which is my restraining order. If my email ever opens, hold on one second. Guys. Real quick, though. Real quick. I saw something today. This is just a brief moment of joy for me, okay? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm getting my Windows reset. For just a second. Have you guys seen this? What is happening with these glasses? They're so fucking cool. Kurt's becoming cool right before our very eyes. Like, all the cooking videos that we've watched, the most recent one was like over a year ago, into the 2 years and 3 years range. Kurt has changed a lot, and I want to see what the change is. Like, what the fuck is happening with these glasses? This is his thumbnail from his most recent video. I never know if he picks these, like where he's like, there we go. Like, I never know if he like is like, okay, yeah, this is cool, or if it's probably auto-generated. But I never know. I just love them. I love these thumbnails. I don't mean that in... People think I'm being mean. I'm not. I'm a horrific person, but I'm not actually being mean. Where is... Okay. I have these somewhere else. Give me a second. Because for whatever reason, my email is just being a cunt bag. Okay. Almost got it. My apologies. Oh, I need to redact something that I failed to redact earlier. I mean, it doesn't actually matter if I redact it or not, but I'm going to do it as a courtesy because I'm nice. Oh my gosh. Where's the fucking. Hold on, I just got to remove this. Oh, I'm embarrassingly bad at this. All right. I just had to remove an address. You know how it goes. Okay, guys. So this is my HRO. Here's what happened today. All right. If you don't know why would it do this? If you don't know, as stated earlier in the stream, but I know not all of you were here at the beginning. There is a restraining order that has been issued against me. It's an ex parte restraining order. So in Minnesota, the process of obtaining a restraining order is you don't need the other person to know. What you do is you send your petition, you write up your petition to the court for a restraining order, and then you send it in, and a judge evaluates it independently. You can, as the petitioner, the requester of the restraining order, you can request a hearing. You are allowed to do that. Most people don't request a hearing. They want the order just issued. And then the onus falls upon the respondent, in this case, me, to, tell the court, hey, I want to fight this. So, on June 26th, Aaron Imholt took out a restraining order against me, citing that he is afraid of me. And he specifically said he's afraid that I will get physically violent, which is funny. Like, it's comical, and we're not gonna spend too much time discussing why it's comical at this point. But it's a pretty fucking funny thing. He's like, I'm afraid he may become violent, which is weird because I haven't seen this person. I saw him on June 25th. I saw the back of his head in court. I don't think he even saw me. I didn't interact with him or do anything else. I was at court, to support Lady Rackets. It was supposed to be a sentencing hearing, but it turns out he fucked up his release conditions enough and violated them enough to, we the rabble. No, I'll get to it in just a second. To have an extension to October for his sentencing and to potentially blow up his plea deal, which is a big fucking mess for him. That being said, I didn't interact with him. I didn't like yell to him or be like, "What up, dog?" Like, I didn't do anything like that. Just went into the courthouse, went into a private room with Lady Rackets and waited. We entered the courtroom itself after everybody else, including him. And so there was no there's no interaction between any of us. But other than that, I haven't seen this person since April 30th of last year. And I'm happy to keep it that way. Like, I've no desire to see him in person. In the ensuing time, he invited me to fight him at a boxing event, which I accepted immediately. He said, yes, I'll do it. And then he backed out and said I was a giant pussy for backing out. And I was like, wait, what? I don't remember doing that. I don't remember backing out. I said, yes, I would. But he said I backed out, which is very strange because I still would do it. Again, at a sanctioned event or whatever, like he had proposed. He proposed this sanctioned fight in a boxing ring at a gym or whatever, within the sport guidelines. And I said, cool, like, let's do that. That's fine. Now, he also wanted to box 4 other people in the same day, like in a row. But his condition was that of the 5 people that he was going to box in a row, that I had to be one of them. He demanded that I was one of the people, because I think he has some unresolved anger issues or whatever, something like that. But I don't actually know his reasoning. But I had to be one of the people for the deal to go through. So I had to say yes, of course, because I didn't want to ruin 4 other people's day. So I said yes. But I've never threatened or proposed violence against him at all. It's such Such a wild fucking thing. So now he's afraid of me being physically violent, which, okay. This will have to be resolved in court. So he issued it on the 25th. We had a hearing scheduled for July 15th. Kind of at the 11th hour, he hires an attorney. That attorney says he can't do July 15th. So they ask for a continuance. We oppose the continuance because this is bullshit. This is a bullshit claim, and he should be ready to go. And it's not my fault he hired a lawyer who couldn't make it on the date that we had that he knew when he hired the lawyer. This is not my problem. He has restricted my liberty with a restraining order. And, every day under it, there's a list of things I can't do. And so until that matter is resolved, I want the court to resolve it as fast as possible. That said, the current hearing date is on the 23rd, Wednesday, at I think 2 p.m. Central Time. And now this is what happened today. To everybody, pursuant to General Rules of Practice 105, notice is hereby given that the undersigned Ross W. Montgomery of the law firm of PCG Law hereby withdraws as counsel for petitioner Aaron Imholt in the above referenced matter. This notice of withdrawal has been served on all parties and proof of service has been filed with the court. Additional verification that respondent has been served through her counsel. I got burned by this fucking attorney. Calls me a woman. It's on the e-service system. Oh my gosh, what an asshole. Petitioner can be served in or notified of future matters at the following address. His telephone number is this. The undersigned has withdrawn effective July 21st, 2025, and any pleading or other documentation mailed or otherwise served after that date should be sent directly to petitioner at the above address. Dated July 21st, which is today, or well, when I started today, 2025 by Ross Montgomery. That's it. So this was filed. This file. Okay. First things first. Hey, Fat Sean, you dumb fucking pile of adipose. He went after me and my lawyer for daring to oppose the initial continuance. Now, there will potentially be another continuance request. I will vigorously and thoroughly oppose it immediately as well. Because I'm the one restrained. Aaron is happy to have these delays and these continuances. They only benefit him. They don't benefit me at all. I don't need more time. I'll be ready to go on the 23rd. Aaron should be ready to go on the 23rd. He should have been ready to go on the 15th. He should have been ready to go on June 26th when he requested the HRO. He should have been ready to go at that time. That's what you should be doing when you're bringing a petition to the court to restrain someone's liberty, is you should be ready to defend it that day if necessary. Now, practically, of course, you're not going to have to defend it that day. But Fat Sean thought he was so smart, and he's like, you should be courteous to the other attorney. Hey, Nick used to be a lawyer. At least he used to be a lawyer. He should know you gotta be courteous to the other lawyers. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Francis? Why you would do this is very simple. The proper response to frivolity is hostility. Frivolous lawsuits should be treated hostilely from jump. They should be. The litigant is dishonest. The petitioner, in this case, being the litigant that I'm talking about, the petitioner is dishonest. The petitioner is doing something for an improper purpose. It's on the face of the document. It's within all of the facts that the document contemplates, and it's within all of the facts that the document conveniently omits. There is no legitimate purpose for having a restraining order at all. None. Nothing that he has provided leads to the conclusion of a restraining order. And so it's frivolous, so it should be met hostilely. It kind of looks retaliatory, as people may or may not know. He is court ordered to not have any communication, interaction, or mentions of, directly or indirectly, lady rackets. And here's the crazy thing. This happened the day after his sentencing hearing, and his sentencing hearing didn't go well. His sentencing hearing didn't go well in large part because I and others submitted evidence that he was violating his release conditions. And the court was very unhappy about it, and the prosecutor was very unhappy about it, and the judge made fun of him. So it kind of looks like he filed a restraining order in a retaliatory manner, which is not the proper use for a restraining order. So here's the question. Why would a lawyer withdraw 2 days before a hearing? You need permission from a judge to do it. He'll get permission from the judge to do it. But you need permission from the judge to do it because it could be wildly adversely effective to your client to lose their lawyer 2 days before a hearing. That could be a very bad thing, right? Like you had representation and now you don't, and now you have 2 days to find representation, get them up to speed. Very difficult. So you have a couple reasons why you would withdraw from litigation. When you get down the road of whatever matter you're on, you can't withdraw for non-payment. So lawyers will never say non-payment. They won't say that. And the problem with withdrawing for non-payment but not saying it, if someone hypothetically were to do that, is that the client could then complain and say they were withdrawing for non-payment. They're lying on their request to withdraw. And that provides an ethical conundrum for the lawyer, and they could actually get disbarred over this. Like you cannot withdraw for non-payment, especially if you misrepresent your reason for withdrawal from the court. At a certain point, I should say that you can withdraw for non-payment early on in a case, etc. And the nature of HROs is they happen very quickly. Like the whole matter is done typically within a month. And so the idea that where the point becomes that you can't withdraw for non-payment is kind of questionable. But I would think 2 days before a hearing, almost universally, a judge is going to say, no, you can't withdraw for non-payment. Lawyers have plenty of means at their disposal to collect payments. They may want a payment up front, but they have the authority or the ability to put a lien on a house, for legal debts, for example. And so like the idea that you can't get payment out of someone is, it's real, but the court's also like, yeah, you have a bunch of legal remedies you can pursue to try and get this back. So they'll make them do the hearing at least. And then if there's a subsequent hearing, they may permit them to withdraw after that hearing, but just so it doesn't burden the client. But other times they'll allow the withdrawal, and then they may grant a continuance, and they may not. So in this case, I showed you the notice of withdrawal. There's another letter, and it says the reason. The reason is for unforeseen circumstances. Unforeseen circumstances is lawyer speak for something I don't want to describe, right? Like not me personally, but something that the lawyer doesn't want to describe for whatever reason. Maybe they think that it'll be prejudicial to their client, for example. Maybe it's personal to them and should remain confidential. But you have these unforeseen circumstances is a reason. There's one other reason they could withdraw, and typically they would put that on the document itself, and that would be for some sort of conflict client conflict. Sorry, a client conflict where they have a conflict of interest. Maybe they owe a duty to a client or a former client that whose interests would run averse to the person they're representing. There's some in-house remedies to try and get around this, but a lot of times what they'll do is if there's a conflict, they'll just say, peace, you got to find someone else. And it's possible that an initial conflict check doesn't bring up anything, but a conflict arises later in an action and they find out and they go, oh shit, we actually can't continue representation because it would be a violation of our client's rights in our ethical obligations. But typically you would just write that on the report. You would say, oh, there is a conflict. And that's not what's written down. We have this unforeseen circumstances. So what are those unforeseen circumstances? I don't know. I withdrew from a case once due to unforeseen circumstances. The unforeseen circumstances in that matter were that my client had threatened physical violence against me. They didn't like a legal answer that I provided. And so, there was a threat of violence. And I thought at that point I can no longer adequately represent the client. Because the client is clearly not happy with my representation in that matter. And then, I can't really operate, honestly and effectively if I'm thinking my client who doesn't like a legal answer that I give them, which by the way was the right answer. Like I want to point that out. I was correct on this, but they just didn't like the answer. What they wanted me to do would have been a violation of ethics. I don't think they knew that, but it would have. And so I told them I can't do that. And then they threatened physical violence. And I was like, all right, peace, deuces, done. What other reasons are there for unforeseen circumstances? Like I said, it could be something personal, right? Like a death in the family of the attorney, for example, or something comes up that they don't want to talk about is very important, but prevents them from being able to do the hearing. But if it's just a hearing that they can't do, typically you would just ask for a continuance, right? Like that we talked about this, and they can make a good argument. They could even go in chambers with the judge and say, hey, judge, like here's what's going on. Here's why I need it. And even if even if opposing counsel opposes the continuance, if it's a good enough reason, the judge is going to grant it. Or maybe if they explain it to opposing counsel, like, look, I'm not jerking you off here. I'm actually, I have a thing and I can't miss it. Like the birth of a child, you can think of a couple things. It's like, I just can't make that date. And I didn't know it was going to happen. Like, your spouse goes into labor. Sometimes the attorney could go into labor or something happens. If they can't make that hearing though, usually you're going to get a continuance. I can't represent this person in this matter anymore. Like, so not because of a continuance, like a lack of a continuance, but they're just unable to proceed in the matter due to an unforeseen circumstance. So we're left with total speculation on what it could be. Who knows? And I'm not going to speculate openly on what it could be in this case. I have no idea. But in a hypothetical, for example, it could be that similar to my issue, right? A client either divulges something to an attorney or asks or requests something of an attorney that then creates a dilemma for the attorney continuing representation and also carrying on their duty of candor, their duty of, in regards to zealous representation, which could be a lot of things. But for example, a client could admit that they've done something for an improper purpose. You're like, yeah, in a restraining order case, for example, you could say, I'm not really scared of the person. I just really want them to shut up. If a lawyer hears that, ethically, he should not be able to bring that case into court because he would have a duty to inform the judge that his client is actually not pursuing, because otherwise the attorney is representing that the client is pursuing it for a proper purpose. And the proper purpose of a restraining order is you're harassed. You believe you are actually harassed. It isn't like if you're trying to use it to silence someone, then and a client were to admit that to an attorney, that would pose an ethical dilemma. Another hypothetical would be like a client asks an attorney to lie, for example. And I'm not saying any of this happened. I have no information. None. Unforeseen circumstances is just a very, very, it's a very sort of vague notion of what happened. And you can only kind of speculate, but the unforeseeable circumstances that could arise are pretty limited. And so we can use our imaginations. But again, attorneys have a duty of candor to the court. So if a client asks them to lie or demands that they pursue some course of action, or maybe they, ask for some specific outcome that the attorney can't provide. So they say, look, I can't get you what you want. I can't do what you're asking me to do. So we have, I can't represent your interests. So you should find an attorney who can represent those interests. And all of this stuff is remediable, for example, remediable in regards to a subsequent attorney-client relationship. If they said too much to their attorney, because they say you can tell your attorney anything. You can, but whether or not you should say everything that's on your mind is a different question, because you may create a conundrum for your attorney. I don't know if any of this is what happened here. But what I know is that Aaron's attorney has withdrawn 2 days before hearing. He's likely going to request a continuance tomorrow, or he may have done it earlier today. And like I said, we'll be opposing it because we'll be ready to go. We'll be ready to go. And he should be too. It's not my fault. There was one other thing I was going to say about it, but I don't know if I should. Right now, it's in a funny place because, again, I don't want this restraining order here. I don't have most of the restraints that I have are no direct or indirect communication, and then not being within 1,000 feet of his address, and I think within 1,000 feet of him. That's generally fine by me. However, he lives in a town where I take my kids to go. I take my kids into that town to do activities because I live in a much smaller town. So there's a roller skating place and there's a trampoline park and there's better restaurants and stuff like that. So we go to that city with relative regularity. And I don't necessarily know exactly where 1,000 feet from his house is. His house isn't by most of the stuff we go to, but it could be by something I'm going to, and I might not know. And so I don't want anything like that. I don't want some accidental violation of this to become a violation of, I have no intention to see him or go to his house at all. I haven't been to his house since I think April 8th or something like that of last year. And so it's I don't have any intention to go there. I don't have any desire to, but I certainly don't want a fucking criminal charge because I happened to stray within the 1,000-foot limit and maybe wasn't aware. There isn't a radius marker around things. There's not a line you can walk up to like you're playing a video game. It's oh, that's the barrier. You don't know where the barrier is necessarily. And I can't get a tape measure and go to the house. I guess I could go on an app and try and draw a radius and then figure out what that is. But that's crazy. I don't need to do that because I'm not going to harass him in any way, in any capacity. So there's that. Also, the direct or indirect contact gets really complicated with the way some sites do social media, the way some social media sites function. So I don't need any of this shit hanging over my head. And again, he has no basis for it. So it'll be opposed quite a bit. The thing with it being frivolous is now you've cost me time, money, effort, stress, whatever. It's not super stressful. I'm very confident that we're going to come out victorious on this, but you've cost me all these things. Thank goodness Minnesota has some rules to allow me to recoup some of those costs, but it's a long shot. It's a long shot. So this is a big problem with the American legal system, is that there is a ridiculous ability to cost someone a significant amount of funds to deal with something that they didn't invite. Like if you're willing to just lie about someone, you can lie. Don't do this, but you could lie about someone and get a restraining order. Like you just lie about it. Lots of people do. And then, a lot of times those restraining orders go unchallenged. And so then they get implemented. And then this person has a sword hanging over their head for 2 years, for example. That's crazy. But if you want to fight it competently, you end up having to hire an attorney. It could cost hundreds to thousands I guess it could cost tens of thousands of dollars. You have to gather materials. You have to do all of this shit that takes away from your peaceful life. And so like I said, there are some tools to attempt recovery, and I'll be pursuing them to the maximum. But with that, that's the main bulk of the update, is that his lawyer withdrew. We'll see what happens. Oh, there's a little bit of speculation I wanted to do. So some people are wondering, the one other thing happened kind of behind the scenes that I want to tell you guys about. This isn't in any documentation, but it's also okay to say. Aaron's attorney had submitted exhibit lists and witness lists on Friday, right? Or Thursday, maybe. One of those two. But nothing actually, none of the actual evidence that was mentioned or referenced in the list was provided in the evidence system, Mindes. That happened today. So there's this weird overlap where the lawyer apparently uploaded all this stuff to Mindes and then withdrew. So the evidence from the exhibit list is apparently available. I haven't seen it yet. I'll see it tomorrow and be going through it. That's my fun fucking day, is to go through that. But there's this really weird moment of contemplation, like, wait, so the lawyer uploads all this stuff and then withdraws? What does that mean? What I think actually happened is I think the lawyer uploaded everything either late Friday or on Saturday or on Sunday, and that things were accepted into the Mindes system by the court administrators today, prior to him filing the withdrawal. And so I think that's what it was, but I don't actually know. It's really fucking frustrating because, like, why would he upload all this stuff and then withdraw? That doesn't make any sense. And then the question would be, well, like, was that an intentional thing? Because I mentioned that there was a settlement offer a while back. There was a settlement offer to resolve this matter. My response to the settlement offer was get fucked, and remains get fucked. But it's possible, for example, that a client could hire an attorney to attempt to resolve something through settlement. But if they're not able to resolve it through settlement, have the attorney withdraw. Like maybe they think that they could, regardless of their ability to negotiate, maybe they wouldn't be able to negotiate with the other party or the other party's attorney due to something, like maybe some animosity, right? Like maybe that's possible in an HRO situation. So they might hire an attorney, for example, to try and facilitate the negotiation between the two parties, because they think, oh, well, if there's an attorney there, the two attorneys will be able to have a productive discussion, even if the two parties may not be able to. That's not going to happen with me. If you file a frivolous HRO, you're not getting a productive discussion. You're going to get me saying, fuck you. That's all that's going to happen there. But in a hypothetical situation, maybe that's what you think. And so then perhaps there is another thing you could hire an attorney for, is to help you prepare evidence and utilize the attorney's access to the electronic filing systems to get things filed. Maybe that would be, and then the attorney would withdraw. That's not an unforeseen circumstance, though, and I don't think an attorney would write down, like, I know attorneys lie, don't get me wrong, but they're usually more subtle about it, and they usually aren't risking their bar license for maybe like $1,000 to $5,000 that they might be getting. Like, it's just not worth it to do it for that. So they're probably not going to lie on their withdrawal reason, being like, actually, no, he just hired me for a limited purpose. He would just say that he hired me for a limited purpose. He probably would not have filed. Well, he might have filed a certificate of rep and then a certificate of withdrawal, but he should have done that earlier if he was going to do it. 2 days is just not enough time to do that. And if a lawyer wrote that down, like was honest about it, again, that's not a commentary on the instant situation. I don't think that's what happened. But if a lawyer was engaged in that and was honest about it with the judge, I think the judge would actually make them stay on as represent the party. The other possibility, there's one more that I really didn't discuss, and that's that Aaron fired him. That's a possibility as well. Aaron could have fired his attorney for any number of reasons. He could have said, I want you to pursue this. The guy's like, no, that's not the right track, or that's not what we do, or I don't recommend it. I think that's damaging. And Aaron could have fired him. He could have been like, no, either could have been angry, like, I'll fire you. Or he could have been like, okay, well, like, I got to let you go, man. I got to find something else. Either of these things is fine. Fuck. There's one more document. Oh, I posted it. That's weird. Hold on. There's one more thing I want to talk about with this. Let me just get it to the right. Oh my gosh. Let me find my right post. Here we go. I just thought about why I wanted to pull this document up. So I was not going to, and then it was like, wait, no. There was something I wanted to talk to you about on this one. And I'm sure that like it's not recommended for me to talk about this stuff, but I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I have the right to talk about it for one, but it's more that people would say you shouldn't talk about this stuff because it's a discussion of legal strategy. No, I'll be open and overt about this. I am going to walk in there and I'm going to sledgehammer the HRO over and over and over again. I'm going to oppose any continuances because the whole thing is fucking bullshit. And I'm going to point out something right now that strategically I shouldn't point out, but it's a very interesting thing. And so I want to point it out. People are asking like, what happens, will he get another continuance or not? I've mentioned, if they ask for another continuance, then I'll be opposing it. And here's why I say, if they ask for another continuance. Here's the letter. Dear Court Administrator, I'm writing to formally notify the court of my withdrawal as legal counsel for Mr. Aaron Imholt in the matter concerning the harassment restraining order hearing scheduled for July 23rd, 2025. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I am unable to continue representing Mr. Imholt in this proceeding. So again, not at this hearing, in this proceeding. If it was at the hearing, something could be worked out. In light of my withdrawal, I respectfully request that the court consider granting a continuance should Mr. Imholt seek one. This would ensure that he has adequate time to secure new representation and prepare his case, thereby preventing any potential prejudice or disadvantage. I've informed Mr. Imholt of my withdrawal and advised him of the importance of promptly obtaining new legal counsel. I'm committed to cooperating fully with any new attorney he may retain to facilitate a smooth transition. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you require any further information or clarification. Did you catch that? Consider granting a continuance should he seek one. If I were withdrawing from a case anywhere near a hearing, I would ask for the withdrawal or ask for the continuance at the same time as I file my withdrawal. I would ask for the continuance from my client. Like that's what I would do. Why doesn't he? Why doesn't he? Ask for that continuance? Should he seek one? Maybe Aaron said, no, I'm going to go do this myself. I'll do it right. He's like, yeah, you might want to get new counsel. And if you do, you're going to need a continuance. It's like, nope, I'm going to go do it on Wednesday myself. Maybe that's what he's going to do. I don't know. Maybe that's his plan. Maybe the parting was hostile. It's possible. It's possible that the parting was hostile. He's just like, whatever this fucking dude wants to do. I don't know. I have no idea. But I found that very, very curious. That he didn't just request it straight up. Like that's what I would do. I would just request it. Man, that's great. So anyway, I just wanted to, I wanted to show you guys that. That's what went on today. I had a grin from ear to ear for pretty much all of the day because of it. Because it was just, it was so unexpected and completely insane. All right. We have a couple of super chats that I have skipped. I didn't skip them on purpose. I just haven't gotten to them or haven't read them yet. And then we're going to start cooking with Kurt after a quick bathroom break in just a second. Schizo Sean TV says, can you legally assault someone by merely screaming the words private property? Vito needs it clarified. So wait. So you're yelling the words private property at someone. Can you legally assault them? I don't know if this is like, I never know if anything involving Vito and or potentially Riley has any seriousness to it at all. Yes, you can assault someone by merely screaming words if the merely includes sufficient context to make the person feel in fear for their health and safety, right? Like if they're in fear of imminent danger to their health, they are assaulted. A common law assault, like a common states name things differently, right? Like in Minnesota, there's not assault and battery as distinct criminal acts. There's just assault. But under the common law parlance, assault means behavior that puts someone in fear or apprehension of imminent bodily harm. Battery means an unwanted touch. Okay, so a battery involves usually a hit, a touch in some sort of sensitive or vulnerable area, something like that. Or to make something hit someone. You throw a rock at someone, that's a battery as well. Or if you throw a battery at someone, that rocks. An assault is to put someone in fear or apprehension. Assaults are based on the totality of the circumstances, where you are, where they are, what movements are you making? And it could be, how are you dressed? Are you carrying a gun? Can you assault someone by screaming, this is private property? What if you have a gun in your hand? Point it down, say, this is private property. This is private property. And you're screaming at them, it's private property, and you're escalating your voice. You've got a gun in your hand. You haven't pointed the gun at them. However, the nature of your activity may imply that someone is now in danger of their health, right? And so you could foresee some way in which merely screaming the word, but I don't think Vito can lift a gun unless it's coated in chocolate. So I don't think, or children, I don't think that's happened here. So I think it's just like, if you're just standing screaming private property, it'd be very difficult to find an assault, like assaultive behavior in that circumstance. All right. I hope that helps. I don't know. I don't know what answer you're looking for on it. Not that really matters, but screaming at someone can always be an assault, but it isn't always an assault. But if the question is, does your screaming contribute to an overall, it has to be intentional intent to put someone in fear or apprehension of imminent bodily injury. I hope that helps. My spirit to yours says, saw a clip of Aaron looking at camera and asking you if you look in the mirror, calling your girl shoulders, and said you intimidate no one. This from a guy that's scared of you. This is silly and insulting to anyone that truly needs an HRO. Yeah. First of all, yes, I look in the mirror at my shoulders all the time. I marvel at them. I say, those are lovely feminine shoulders. God, I've always loved women's shoulders. So why wouldn't I like mine? I do that constantly. He says that I intimidate no one. Cool. I'm not trying to. I don't want to intimidate people. I don't know. This is should be pretty evident of my character throughout the years. Intimidation isn't really like a thing that I do very well. I'm a slight, slender little twink. So I'm certainly not like physically imposing in that way. I am physically imposing in the sense that I'm tall, and though I am slender, like just my overall size, like height mostly, makes me appear larger than some people, right? Like in my, because I'm tall, I weigh like 170, 180 pounds to 180 pounds at any given time right now, maybe more because I'm kind of fat. But in that case, so I'm like, if you're talking to someone who's like 5'4", and they're 125 pounds, that might be intimidating. I don't know. But I don't like try to be intimidating to people. It's not my thing. Jadine says, Nick, I love you, but the hierarchy of slumbag is politics, lawyers, and women of the night. No, prostitutes are way above lawyers. Jeez. Lawyers are the worst. They should all be executed. Just make me the last one to die. Schizo Sean TV says the Clipiverse channel has the circumstances. Okay. I'll check that out. Maybe we can talk about it. Maybe we can bring on one of the propagators of what's going on. Cars in Depth says prosecute Obama and Biden anyway. Let them fight it in court. Make the process the punishment, just like the Dems do to their opponents. You certainly can. Like that, they've set the rules, and so you can play by the rules. Or you can take the high road, as Republicans often do. And when I say often do, I know they're not actually taking the high road, but they take the absolute like worst possible path. So you can do that as well. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. We the Rabble says, not going to lie, I think Israel did 9/11. No way two buildings did unintentional, perfect demolition without engineering. Not just jumping on its Jews wagon, but Israel is implicated. Are Jews good engineers? Bankers? Lawyers? How far do you go in the jokes? Do you say like train cargo? Don't do that. That's horrible. Bankers, lawyers, textiles, restaurant businesses. A lot of the early shit labor in big cities was occupied by Jews, and a lot of that shit labor became like very profitable industries. Entertainment, right? Like, I guess. So are they good engineers though? I don't know. Like I've never heard of like Jewish and I've never heard of like Steinwitz and Steinwitz engineering. Why wouldn't they just open a bank? I don't know. Like the 9/11 thing. You can have your opinions on it. I don't really care. I watched planes fly into it on TV. Kubrick could have been directing. I don't know. We the Rabble says dodging the 9/11 super chat. Never. I never dodge a super chat. Well, that's not true. I have like once or twice, but it was good reasons. We the Rebel says, if you fly a plane into the side of a building, wouldn't you expect something to tip over versus pancake in a controlled way twice? Well, that was the wild thing about watching it, right? Like real or super hoax, I don't know. And I don't mean to say that in a condescending way. I just literally like I watched it on TV and that's what I saw. Whatever. The plane goes into the building and it doesn't come out the other side. That was a mind fuck like no other. I don't, depending on your age, and some of you might have been really, really young for 9/11, but I was in college and I wake up and I'm watching this happen and I watch the plane fly in the building and I'm like, holy shit, like, whoa. It didn't come out the other side. I couldn't handle it. I think a lot of people expected a building to tip over versus pancaking in a controlled way. But I think so. You have another option here, though, right? Is the idea that skyscrapers are engineering marvels, and they're able to withstand the impact of something like a plane. But let's do some like some streaming math. It was they were 747s, right? Or were they 767? What type of plane hit the Twin Towers? A Jewish one. That's all I got. It just says a Jew plane. No, 767. Okay, so mass of a Boeing 767 passenger, mass of a Boeing 767. So 176,000 pounds, 80 metric tons, up to 229,000 pounds for the 767-400 ER. I don't know what that is. But so we'll say 80 to 100 metric tons. Mass of Twin Tower buildings. Each of the World Trade Center Twin Towers had a mass of approximately 500,000 tons. This is equivalent to 500,000 times 2,000 and a billion pounds. They weigh almost as much as Sean. Do you understand? They're a billion fucking pounds. Okay, so you take, I know conceptually you're like, oh, this is going to tip over. And we could get a lot of physics going here, but let's just do the basic. This is a billion pounds versus 200,000 pounds. I mean, that's like being hit by a marble or something. So now, of course, lever mechanics, like the Twin Towers, theoretically like a giant lever if it were rigid, but it's not. But let's just pretend that it was a rigid structure, completely rigid structure. It's a lever. So if the higher it hits, the more torque it exerts on the foundation. And in theory, like the mass could generate significant amounts of torque at the bottom, which could cause it to tip and fall over. But still, you're talking about a billion pounds getting hit by 200,000 pounds. Like I said, it's like getting hit by a marble. Do people get knocked over and they get hit by a marble, or even like a significant size rock? You throw like a 2 or 3 inch rock at someone and hit them, they're not going to fall. You do a ton of you could do a lot of damage depending on how hard you throw it. You could throw that really hard and they're not going to get knocked over by it. It takes a significant amount of mass at a significant velocity to knock over a person. And we're talking about orders of magnitude difference in mass between an aircraft and the Twin Towers. These are huge buildings. Would smaller buildings fall over? I don't know. Like there are skyscrapers that were much, slimmer, that maybe would act very differently. But I have no idea. I never contemplated it before watching it on TV, and I'm like, whoa, I can't believe the Jews just did that. But yeah, I don't know the whole, I don't like getting into 9/11 arguments because I don't really fucking care. what happened like in that respect. Like whatever it is, I'd like to know, but I can't do much about it. But the arguments get elevated and heated when you start bringing math into it. And I'm not great at math. Like that's just a hack job math. But I'm sure there's a physicist or an engineer out there who's like, oh yeah, like I could do this calculation and figure out the amount of mass, the amount of force delivered into this building and what the building could possibly sustain. Like it's just a bunch of vector mechanics. I like understand the concept, so I don't want to sit and do the fucking math for it. For me, I go 80 tons versus 200,000 pounds versus a billion. That's a fucking lot. A billion pounds. I can't even imagine a billion pounds. God. Okay, here we go. Winston Smith says, how can someone used to be a lawyer? A lawyer is someone who graduated law school. I know a lot of people have been saying that, like, you're not a lawyer anymore. It's like, no, I'm just not licensed to practice in Minnesota. Currently, my license is suspended. I'm not licensed to practice anywhere. In theory, I could actually go and apply. Like I'd have to tell the state that I was not in good standing in Minnesota and why. But in theory, I could go apply in another state to take their bar or be admitted under a different rule, for example. There's nothing preventing me from doing that. And there's nothing currently preventing me from pursuing the reinstatement of my license in Minnesota, except time and money. And so like, I'll get to those eventually. But yes, it's a weird thing. But it's a thing Sean has given into because Sean has tried to become the darling of Kiwi farms. And so all of Sean's opinions are whenever there's an issue that the sector is at all concerned with, all of Sean's opinions are sculpted with a bias towards, guzzling the farms. He thinks he can do it. Sean, you can't do it. It's temporary in nature. And it's usually because the person that you're aligning with the farms against, like their interest is that person, and you become like this, an accessory that they can use to get a reaction or an opinion or whatever they want. But it's related to the target more often than you. And so he's tried to become a darling of the sector and Kiwi farms and all that. And who knows what he's done, like who knows how much underage futa he has sent to Josh Moon. But that said, he's adopted this thing where they're like, you're not even a lawyer anymore. He's like, well, no, I don't practice, and my license, I'll get it back eventually. It's just low on my priority list because I have a bunch of other shit that I need to fix first. But yeah, it's you're right. Actually, though, when I got my license suspended for failure to keep up with my continuing education, I actually forgot how to do everything else, and I forgot all the legal concepts, and all my analysis is now immediately wrong. That's actually true. John O'Reilly says, given that facts to support petition were all known on 626, witnesses and evidence have been identified and the issues are narrow, how much prep time for new counsel is needed? I don't know because I haven't seen the uploads into the evidence system from their side. Like, I don't know how much stuff there is. I don't know how much, like, they'll have their stuff to go through and then they'll have our stuff to go through. And I can't say. But let's say there's 40 hours of video, right? Well, then you got 40 hours that they need immediately. I don't know how up to speed new counsel needs to be, but you can kind of just get an idea, like based on how much shit was submitted, how much time they would need to catch up. Let's see. We the Rabble says Bish LFG. Wait, is that like bitch? Let's fucking go. I like it. Bone CK says, wishing you and yours the best this week. Good luck, brother. Hey, thank you. Diamond G says, does Trump pardon Obama? Maybe for funsies? There are significant amounts of people who suggested that cross-party pardons might be a way to diffuse the ongoing political tension. But, what do we know about that? Who knows? Here we go.
Well, if my wife randomly discloses she got Botox a year ago and the price, can I take proper actions even if I didn't notice? Or does this fall into your assault and battery racket?
So if your wife randomly discloses that she got Botox a year ago and the price, can you take proper actions even if you didn't notice? What's the proper action? Are you mad at her for getting the Botox? Are you mad at her for spending the money? Are you happy with her? What's the problem? Like, are you going to buy her something nice, like some roses? What are you doing? She got Botox and you didn't notice. That's a good Botox job, right? Maybe. Wait, if you didn't notice at all, like it wasn't like, because, you know, they could look like Joan Rivers. That's bad. But if it was like just subtle enough to where like they look good, I don't know. I'm going to need more information and more money. No, I'm just kidding. Not the Rebel says, not even the Jews, but inside job. Jadine says, basically, women of the night have more virtue than lawyers or politicians. Oh, yes, I agree. I thought you reversed the order, and I thought you put prostitutes below lawyers. And I was very, very angry because lawyers are bitches and prostitutes are always on top. Otto Rommel says, towers pancake because of their unique design. Instead of building frame inside out, they built the outside frame skin and hung the floors from the skin. Skin was damaged. The floor weight was too much and pancaked inside the skin. See, now we've got a proper 9/11 debate going in the chat. And I am going to take the opportunity to play the peeing lawyer song. And I'll be right back. Okay, guys? And then we will do Cooking with Kurt right after.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when you being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to sit around and wait for the rest of the song. Let's get to this shit. Let's get to this shit. This song is amazing though, isn't it? Fucking great. Okay. All right. Where's the one? Where is it? Where are you? Where are you? We're going to do it. Nope. Not that one. There's so much. There's so much. No. Not what I want. Damn it. Pause, you stupid thing. So I think my hold on, I got to refresh a couple YouTube windows. Cooking time. It's a glorious time. Now would be a good time to insert ads. I don't think so. Okay. All right. We do. I'm happy to report. Oh boy. Let's do it. We do a victim angle. We have victim angle. We are here. Here is where we are. Lounge King says, do you no longer read paid chats on locals? I do. I don't see any though. Did I miss one? I'm looking back to the history. I don't see any paid chats over there. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is sausage pasta. Doesn't that sound delicious? I can't fucking wait. I need to do one thing. Or wait, wait, you said on locals, didn't you? I was looking at Rumble. My bad. Here's the locals one. Lounge King says, you should do the content you want to do, but since you asked, I'd love to see your takes on the H3 lawsuits and the V Shoujo shit show, which is probably coming. I've been seeing some stuff about H3, and I probably will. My bad. You said locals, and I was like, I'm looking at Rumble. I don't see anything. My brain. Sorry. All right, here we go. This is. Why are we 6 seconds in? I don't want to be 6 seconds in. I want to be 0 seconds in. All right, here we go. This is only 46 minutes, so this one is going to take forever.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to Uncivil Law once again.
Why are you standing over me like this? Why are you towering above me? Monster. Mind you, this is much more recent than the other ones we have watched. Much more recent, so we get to see the development of Kurt as a culinary artist and as a skilled YouTube producer.
Again, we're going to cook something. Gonna cook some sausage and peppers, hopefully. Sausage pasta.
Okay, so I have to. add significant commentary, critique, criticism to make this transformative, to make it instructive. We're still backlit, although now we've upgraded to track lighting. The down lighting is off. I think that's a good idea. Down lighting is trash for any sort of video production because it casts a lot of shadows in places you don't want them. We do have track lighting back here. Track lighting is not preferred. It's still downlit. However, it is downlit typically at an angle. And so the light is coming in, and it could be a steeper, shallow angle, but we're backlit. Backlighting is bad. You need some lighting in front. We want to see light on Kurt's glorious visage and front that is facing the camera. We want light to be hitting that so that it's, better. Anything backlit just looks like your coffin is closing, and that's not great.
Sort of the working plan here, at least. I need to clean my cutting board. I need to clean my stovetop. So let me go ahead and do that real fast.
Immediately, we are confronted with something new and unforeseen. Kurt is like, I got to clean up my cooking space, my stovetop. I got to clean up my cutting board. Never seen him wash anything, I don't think. Maybe a mug. I don't know why he didn't just do this right before
dark, isn't it?
It's like the fucking Cyclops in the Odyssey walking into the cave. It's all dark in front. Backlighting is bad. You got to have lighting in the front.
See if we can bring some more light in here.
No, don't turn on the ceiling lights. Don't do it. It turns off the track. Ah! POV, your donkey after Shrek got really drunk and abusive last night. We can see that the grease is still covering the front-facing camera. There is no escape from the greasy mitts.
That's better.
How is that better? That's horrible. It's way worse. That's better. I'm black now. Why are you committing crimes? Him making that squirty sound off camera. Now he's got like, I'm going to unroll this paper towel. Kind of gross. I didn't like it. I'm uncomfortable. Why does he seem like this is a labor that he has to do? He's like, we're going to cook something. Clean my counter.
Oh my dear, my stovetop is a little nasty at the moment. That's all right. We will fix that.
What are you?
Curly Legal, how you doing?
How much are you What? What was that? Hold on. Sorry. What was the name of that person?
Hey, Paralegal, how you doing?
Purely legal. I legit thought I heard him say barely legal. I'm sorry. He didn't. I'm happy to say he didn't. Snickers says, I'm not watching this for cooking ideas. Lordy, yes, you are. You don't know how to cook.
Let's see see what we got from the grocery store. What did we get? Can I make a deal? Can I make a foods out of this? Are you food? Let's find out. What do we got? Roasted chicken. I can do the same thing. I got an Italian herbs thing. I'm gonna put that in there. That'll be good.
I'm gonna put Italian herbs in there. I don't know what I'm cooking, but I'm gonna put some fucking herbs in it.
Got myself some pasta. Excellent. Got myself some Italian herbs. Also excellent.
Now, when I say that I got myself some Italian herbs, I'm talking about leaves of shit that I'm going to take and chop or slice, make a chiffonade, cut it up, right? Like that's the Italian herbs I'm thinking of. What he means is a shaker bottle full of Italian seasoning blend from HEB. The difference just in like people's concept of like what they're saying, I guess. I don't know, like what people mean when and how they see the world. When I say I've got some Italian herbs, I am not thinking of an Italian seasoning blend in a plastic bottle. That's all I'm saying.
Got myself some cheese. I got myself some pre-cut bell pepper and white onion. I've got Italian sausage, but no pasta sauce. Did I forget to order pasta sauce? Hold on. This is going to be a very short cooking with Kurt. I don't have pasta sauce. Well, that's lame. That's the end of my day.
That's the end of the day. Nothing to do. He doesn't have a pre-made pasta sauce. How can you possibly rectify this?
Hold on a second. One moment, please.
This is a unique Cooking with Kurt video because nothing is happening on camera so far.
Nope. Apparently I forgot. All right, well, Cooking with Kurt's aborted.
Oh no! It can't be aborted.
Cooking with Kurt is canceled.
Like a Democrat baby.
I don't have any pasta sauce.
I have faith, guys. We have a lot of video left. I don't believe he actually cancels this. He was already all down, like before this even started. Now he doesn't have his pasta sauce. He's like, fucking canceled.
What the hell am I watching? Nick, this micropene is making me nauseous.
No. It's going to be delicious by the end.
Be right back. Gotta register my new LawTube channel, Barely Legal.
God, it would be such a good channel if you're like an OnlyFans lawyer to run that. That'd be such a fucking good idea. If I was a chick, I would be a trillionaire by now because I have no dignity.
We get an apartment tour? No.
No, I'm not going to give you a tour of my apartment. You stay tuned to the Radiator.
Yes, we can sit and talk for a while.
No. Don't do this to me. I see cooking occur. There's an Instant Pot. We're fucking golden. We keep going.
Theoretically,
Black.
I could DoorDash.
You have no idea.
Some pasta sauce, or I could go out to the supermarket.
Someone said, "Is that mustard in the little thumbnail thing down here somewhere?" Is that mustard? Make your own sauce. Make your own sauce. You got ketchup and mustard, baby. Maybe some mayonnaise. You can mix all that shit together with some black pepper. You can do this. Cane sauce is just black pepper, mayonnaise, and ketchup. Equal parts mayonnaise and ketchup and black pepper. Maybe some salt. That's cane sauce. Their whole restaurant is premised on one of the most simple sauces you can come up with. I got my daughter a McCrispy. She wanted a spicy McCrispy from McDonald's, I guess. And they forgot to put the spicy sauce on there. So she's like, Dad, can you make me a spicy sauce? I'm like, absolutely. I can actually probably make you something close to McCrispy sauce. Because I have mayo, ketchup. I had it's not a generic hot sauce, but it's a random hot sauce. And by a hot sauce, I don't mean a fucking vinegar-based sauce. I mean like a chunky hot sauce. That, black pepper, soy sauce, some fish sauce to add some umami and salt. It was good. It was good shit. You can make your own sauce. I wouldn't put that on a pasta, to be clear, but I'm just saying, like, you got the stuff, Kurt. I believe in you. I believe in your pasta dominance.
Go to the store, buy some pasta sauce, and come back.
His hair looks like he already did, like he ran really fast. The camera quality here is way better than he had before. Now, instead of a dragon painting, he has this Norman Rockwell painting, very famous Norman Rockwell painting. Oh, I also added some of this.
Melt the cheese with white wine. So basically, turn the cheese into a sauce.
No. No. Cheese is not a sauce unless your veins, like a cheese sauce is cheese in a sauce. Like it is a sauce that is then cheese is used to make the sauce into a cheese sauce. But cheese is not, you don't make a cheese into a sauce. You make a sauce into a cheese sauce. We'll make the cheese. I'll just cheese and white wine. No, no, no. Fucking hell.
What do I have? Hold on. What do I actually have?
Get up and go.
I've got some stewed tomatoes.
He just did a leg press of 800 pounds.
I've got 14 and a half ounces of stewed tomatoes, and I got 16 ounces of tomato sauce. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it would technically work. All right, let's do it. Fuck it. Cooking with Kurt is back on.
Yes! Yes!
Cooking with Kurt is back on.
We the Rabble says, Bazama, Pajama, Pajama, Gazama, Chimera, Kazam, Chimera Kazam, Impera Kazam, Holda Pancha, Zanzam, Shazama, Pajama, Little Nemo. Okay. I don't get it.
Nick think he gonna keep me and us up all night. Go to bed. I am cooking Cajun mashed potatoes like Popeyes. It is so delicious. Men are the best cooks. They taught me.
Is that you, Cookie? That must be Cookie. Cookie, is Kurt like a handsome man? Like is he on your radar? I know you like white guys. Half Irish. Does he have enough butter?
Ingredient number one.
He just wring out one of his forearms and he'll have enough butter.
Beer. This isn't for the meal so much as it is for me.
Dude, those hands. What is wrong with him? Everybody told me my hands would shake like that. Again, my hands now shake less than they used to. Even before I started drinking and doing drugs. When I was drinking and doing drugs, they shook probably a little more than they had. Now they don't like. Oh, there's a little shake there. His hands are crazy.
Cheers.
I don't know if it's alcoholic. Again, I think we said this last time. Is it alcoholism? Is it diabetes? What is it? We the Rebel says it's a classic kids.
Ingredient number 1 is tasting.
Little Nemo. Yeah, I'm familiar with the movie, but I don't remember what's in it.
Ingredient number 1 is solid. I recommend ingredient number 1.
He looked like he needed a beer, to be fair.
Okay. All right.
He's just so excited.
I've also got this cheddar cheese soup.
Me too.
Which I could theoretically do.
Cheddar cheese soup?
I don't know if that makes sense.
Did this motherfucker just say cheddar
cheese?
Cheddar cheese soup?
Yeah, it's a liquid. It's 10.5 ounces, and I need to use it anyway. Which I could theoretically. I've also got this cheddar cheese soup, which I could theoretically do.
The language of fat people is so beyond me. I will never get it. I've never uttered the words, I have this cheddar cheese soup, implying it's like in some kind of container. Is it in a can? Is there a can of cheddar cheese soup? That's disgusting. Is it a bag? Is that worse? I don't know. Is it a box? Is there a box of cheddar cheese soup? How do you get the soup off the insides of the box? It would leave a residue like a slug trail of cheddar cheese. I do not speak this language. I don't know this foreign tongue. Well, I also have this cheddar cheese soup. Did he get it from a restaurant? That would make the most sense. I could deal with that. I could fathom that, where he's like, he went to a restaurant. I like, because I've seen beer cheese soup. I've never seen a cheddar cheese soup. Beer cheese soup, yes. They sell canned cheese soup, says Dogma. Campbell sells it. Why does anyone buy this? Art says, I would totally throw a bunch of broccoli and cheddar cheese soup if I had nothing else to make ghetto ass cream of broccoli. Yeah, I mean, the broccoli cheese soup, I guess you're doing that there. I'd add a bunch of other stuff to it. It's good, loser. I didn't know this. I've never even seen this in my life. If I was going to make a cheddar cheese soup, if I was going to make a cheese soup, I would just make it. I don't understand these things.
I don't know if that makes sense.
You're all fat. That's the problem, I can tell.
I mean, it's cheese. Yeah, it's a liquid. It's 10.5 ounces, and I need to use it anyway. Do I use the cheddar cheese soup in my pasta dish?
Yes, absolutely do it.
Along with my own things, or do I leave it out?
Put it in there. Don't ask the chat. They don't know. Listen to my chat doesn't know.
It might be too runny. Too runny is not really my major concern.
It might be too runny. My Negro. One of the most popular Italian pastas on the internet right now is pasta d'olio, where you emulsify fucking water with oil and you get your sauce. Too runny, a cheddar cheese soup, impossible. Thicken it up, cook it, it will reduce.
All right. The soup is in. The soup is in. The tomato sauce is in. The sweet tomatoes are in. Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Hey, so far we've got cheddar cheese soup, tomato sauce, sweet tomatoes, which sounded like a can, so I guess diced sweet tomatoes. Holy shit. Free Flyer 1978 says, why does Kirk's vid look like a cheap passport bro Asian prawn POV vid? Because it's like that, except it's got 4 pounds of meat in it. Joseph Collins says, Aaron will always be the Charlie Brown of YouTube, constantly missing the football.
Cholesterol is a hell of a drug, but Kurt is rocking this congestive heart failure. Out of breath from opening the refrigerator door. This motherfucker is going to suffocate himself by sitting.
For those of you out there who are in a similar physiology to Kurt, can you imagine that laying on your back could be fatal? For fuck's sake. Like, do whatever you can. Stop eating. Save your life. Save your fucking life. This motherfucker might lay down on his back and die. Like if a cat jumps on his chest, he might die from it. Who knows? A toddler comes in and jumps on him, dead. That is crazy. That is how big this guy is. You can't be this big, y'all. If you are, my love goes out to you. Get less fat. Don't eat cheese soup ever again. In fact, do what I did and not know it exists, because that's way better for you than eating cheese soup. He could lay on his back and just die. It's like, oh, my body's tired of keeping itself from collapsing into a singularity. Dead. Wolfgang Deo says, as long as it doesn't involve running is okay. Mr. K says, since seeing Sean, I think Jert has a ways to go. I think he means Kurt, but I like Jert. Yeah, I mean, Sean's way worse off, probably. I don't know. It's hard to say. Kurt is taller than Sean. I saw some post by Kurt that he's 331 pounds, and it seemed, I think it was in the similar vicinity to this video, time-wise. 330 pounds. It's a big fucking dude. He's not like 6'6" either. Like, so he's taller than Sean, but Sean's a little manlet. I wonder how much he weighs. Gosh, he's a catastrophe. Sean looks like someone piped mashed potatoes into a dime bag. How tall is Kurt? I don't remember. I don't think he's quite as tall as me, but he's close. So he's probably about 6 feet, maybe 6'1". Sauce Met says 6'6" is mainly. Sean is not 6'6". Sean is 5'7". Kurt isn't 6'6" either. Cookie says Kurt is about 6'1". That's, yeah, I remember him being not quite as tall as me, but big. He's big. Kurt's an imposing dude. If you're around him, he takes up a ton of space. He's not just bulb, like he's a.
You forget. You're sober now. You'll join us in fat ass town soon enough.
That's true. My powdered diet supplement is gone. Wonder what the math on like how much cocaine like a 350-pound person would need to get down to like 200 pounds. Like how much would they need to take consistently for how long? The cocaine diet's an interesting thing.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Judge Maddie says, I do sleep studies on 400 to 500 people, pound people every week. Fucking hell, man. That's some big people. How loud is that when they're sleeping? It's got to be insane. The lighting. I can't. Don't backlight your videos. Wolfgang Deo says the gravitational constant has changed due to fat. Carazola says, should have stuck with Adderall, Nick. It's coke, but legal. Adderall is not coke, but legal. Adderall is more akin to meth, but legal.
All right, step one, we're going to have to cut up the Italian sausage.
This is a cleaned cutting board and the cleaned stove that he sprayed some goo on and wiped down. Why are you cutting on your stove? Don't you have a counter? So fucking confused about how he does things. It doesn't make sense.
From our local HEB, hot Italian sausage links. Got 2 packages of that, so I'm just going to slice those up. And
he likes hot
put that in the
Italian
dish, and that's
too.
step one.
So, this is a cutting board that he had before. This is the same cutting board. Someone made it for him. And I am not being critical of the manufacturer. This cutting board needs some help. This cutting board needs to be resurfaced. All of these grooves and cuts in the cutting board are places where bacteria can collect, and you don't. It's very, very bad. Like, you don't want this. You don't want this. So I know he likes the cutting board. Is a gift to him. It's cool. I like the cutting board too. I think this is a really cool looking cutting board. I love butcher block patterns. I love different woods. You got to get this thing refinished on top, man. This is not safe.
Cell phone right into the sausage, man. Right into the sausage. Right into the sausage, man.
Ari. I once lived with a guy who unalived someone. He wasn't an unaliver when I moved in with him. That was amazing. That was so amazing. Yeah, my roommate murdered someone once. Wait, I'm sorry? Did you just say that sentence? Now, I don't know the status of this sausage, but if it's... That's one of my pickup lines, actually. It's like, you walk right up to a guy. I don't know the status of this sausage. These are uncut. These are Gentile sausages. Oh my God. Now, people were worried about the phone coming into contact with the sausage. Sausage tends to be cured and or smoked, and it tends to be cooked, and you can actually, on a lot of them, you can eat them raw, because they're cooked through. And they're just better warmed up or, browned sometimes. Snickers says, Kurt is by himself. Why does he cook for 10? The freezer is only so big. He doesn't need the freezer, my friend. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Art, that sausage is obviously fully cooked and smoked. Correct. Yes. That's what I was getting at. Like, there are sausages that are not. Bratwurst in Minnesota, there's some like raw bratwurst and stuff that gets made. But typically you've got fully cooked smoked stuff. So the phone hitting it, this is fine. Like, that liquid on there, you can suck the liquid right off that sausage. The sausage will like you for it. You'll be okay. It's gross. Don't do that. Cook it because it's better. But you won't die. Wolfgang Dale says, Nick, have you had more sausage than this in you? Yes. Plenty more. So unironically, Kurt could take the sausage. Here's what he really should be doing. Take the sausage cold into a cold pan. Chop it up into medallions. Take a cold, or if it's like a skin on sausage, it doesn't quite look like that, but you could peel up in the skin and make it into like almost like ground beef. Like you could pull the sausage out. If you had like Italian sausage links, you could do that or whatever. But either way, you don't have to. You can just chop it into medallions, put it in a cold pan, turn the fire on. The fat in the sausage will start to render out, and you'll have a nice layer of grease on the bottom of your pan. It's going to taste really good. Then what you could do is you can, like you would do with pasta d'olio, which is basically just the emulsification of pasta water and oil. The oil is infused with flavor. Well, the sausage is going to put a lot of flavor into the oil. He could add some of his cool Italian herbs. They're not fresh, so it's, going to be hit or miss on it. He could add garlic. He could add shallots or onion to it. And he could infuse the sausage oil, which already is packed with flavor, but he could change the flavors with some herbs or some choice vegetables cooked into the oil. And then he could cook his pasta. And then as the pasta is done, do what you would do with pasta d'olio. Red pepper flakes would be great, for example, or another type of chili. You could even do like jalapenos. You could do a fusion with Mexico. You put the pasta in with the sausage as it's finishing cooking. And then you would ladle in some pasta water. If you do this, if you're going to use pasta water to emulsify into a sauce, you want to heavily salt the water, right? You should do that with your pasta anyway, you fucking degenerate. Heavily salt the water because that's going to carry that flavor into your pasta dish. And then 2, you probably want to use a minimum amount of water. Like the package of the pasta is going to tell you how much water to use. You can generally use significantly less. And the less water you use, the higher concentration of starch you get in the water. But you want to make sure you're going to have leftover water, that the noodles aren't going to absorb it, because you could actually use the exact amount of water to noodles based on absorption. You can have all the water cook out. But you want to have pasta water. And then you could make a really good sausage and Italian herb pasta. Like you could make that, throw parsley on top. It'd be great. You could throw some sun-dried tomatoes, or not sun-dried. You could do sun-dried. You could throw some cherry tomatoes or some, I guess you could use diced tomatoes, but preferably some cherry tomatoes, and have them roast in the pan with the sausage as well. Add garlic, spray lemon on top. It'd be fucking great. Like you could do all this stuff really easy. Instead, he's going to add canned garbage to everything. Ryan the Scar, you can still render fat out of cooked and smoked sausage.
All right, it's okay. Kurt, it's okay. Let's take a deep breath together, okay, guys? Let's just take a deep breath. Try to center ourselves a little bit.
What do you have to center yourself? Is my man doing yoga while cooking? What the fuck just happened? He was over washing something off, and it's like, I got to center myself. Yeah, XMMM knows all about it. So does Art. Art's cooked a meal or two, guys. He's out. He's had some experience in a kitchen. Oh yes. Hands. The pinky's going fucking nuts over there. It looks like the hand from Evil Dead 2. Or from Idle Hands. Same thing. Sausage. Oh, wait a minute. What kind of sausage is this? Is there cheese in that? What the fuck is going on? There's got to be a cheese in that sausage, right? Like there's got to be like a cheddar brat or something. Yeah, these sausages are being circumcised as we speak. Do the mouth thing.
Your advice actually helped my marriage. Thanks a million, my nicka.
Hey, you're welcome, man. Yeah, you sent in a chat the other day, right? Like that was maybe last week or something. I'm glad it helped. Godspeed, brother. Are any of his knives sharp? No. Now he's using a gimmicky, like as seen on TV, miracle knife. It never needs to be sharpened. This because it's just trash from the day you buy it. Look, he's mashing the sausage.
Okay, take a deep breath. The sausages have seen more daylight than your own peen this year.
Hold on, let me play that again.
Kirk, it's okay. Take a deep breath. The sausages have seen more daylight than your own peen this year.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's one of those. He's literally mashing the sausage and it's eventually separating because it has nowhere else to go. Guys,
Okay,
look. I have a 12 knife Shun knife block, right? It's expensive. It's decorative. Like they're really pretty. They're really sharp and they're great knives. I love them. You don't need a 12 knife block of Shun knives, but take $500 and buy yourself a chef knife, a boning knife, and a paring knife. That's all you really need. Get them from Wusthof, Shun. Get them from a reputable brand. J.A. Henkel's would make good knives. Like, get a good 3-knife set. That's all you really need. The other knives, like they have their uses and they're convenient. And I love all the different knives that I have. But do it. Just do it. Don't keep going to Target and buying $20 chef knives over and over that chip and break and do all sorts of stuff and warp. Just buy them. And then buy a sharpener. You could probably get a sharpener. $500. You could get all 3 of those plus a sharpener of a decent range of knives. You will, if you've never used a good knife, you will thank me so much. It's life-changing.
Nika, I tried following your marriage advice, and now I am divorced, and the kids have tested positive for cocaine. But it's not bad. The new wife has huge tits and is 10 years younger. Screw that hag.
Holy shit. Oh my God. That's not my advice. Joji says, I have $100 chef knife, pretty much all you need. You can do that too. I mean, personally, I use those 3 sizes. I have like a 10-inch chef knife. It's either an 8 or a 10-inch chef knife. I say it's 12 inches, but it's either 8 or 10 inches. And then, like a 6-inch boning knife, which I call everyone else. And then I have a paring knife, which I call micropeen. Those are the knives I end up using the most. But I have, mine has a bread knife. I have a Nikiri. There's one serrated knife. I don't really like it.
Cut up into pieces. I need a hand towel.
This gross smeared cheese product all over the fucking knife blade.
Today's been a weird day.
Tell me about it, please.
As I've said before, depression is like on a bell curve. Today I just kind of woke up on the wrong end of the bell curve, you know what I mean? I woke up in a funk.
Why are you doing
At various
this?
points of the day I've been better, but I just woke up on the wrong side of the bell curve this morning, man.
13% of Kurt's days are responsible for 50% of his depression. He's just on the wrong side of the bell curve, y'all. Fucking hell. Oh my God. He's a bell curve truther. Get him.
So some days it's just like that. Some days it's just like that. And then you sort of get in your head about the whole thing, and you just kind of feel like worthless. You feel worthless. You just feel,
Bell curve and race truth jokes aside, this for everything I feel towards Kurt, I never have. I never want to mock his depression or anything like that. And he struggles. It's obvious. He talks about it. Respect for being candid about it. I don't wish that on anybody. But you know what I do wish? I wish you assholes would click the like button. Click the like button. Have you even tried? Have you even tried being nice? I'm going to have depression again.
You feel like nothing you can do really is good enough. You just feel like, feels like, just trying to, even with this Texas self-defense stabbing thing,
imagine your hands are bound, there's duct tape over your mouth, and your makeup is running down from your eyes as you cry listening to this and looking up at him.
I don't think necessarily that my understanding of the law here is perfect, but I feel like anything I get wrong, is just invalidates me completely. You know what I mean?
It does. Absolutely. And you get a bunch of shit wrong. Just look at your cooking. This is actually kind of amazing. This is kind of amazing because I probably came across this way for a while. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't ever try to. I always try to say you never know how things are going to go, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. LawTube, for lack of a better word, is in the business of calling balls and strikes on legal matters, which you just can't really do. You can point out flaws in analysis. You can say what the law does as we know it and how it should be. You can give opinions on who does the better synthesis, better argument, who seems to be better researched. You can do all that, but these guys get addicted to being right on a case or whatever. It's like, you may be right, but the judge may do the wrong thing, or the jury may disagree with you. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. And actually, there might not be a right. There might just be a right in this case. It's right for this case and this set of facts, and not for any others. So but these guys get sucked up at it. So here he is, like, if I get anything wrong, what are you talking about? You're a lawyer. You're going to get shit wrong all the time because there's another lawyer who's probably about as smart as you, arguing against you. And there's a judge who is there to wreck your shit every time.
Feel like, my personal assessment of where we are factually, isn't good enough for some people because, I don't know.
Factually, you're not making the fucking pasta, you monster. What is this? Don't lie to me with a cooking video and then just stand around like you've got me blocked in a shower. Make the fucking food. Cook, fatty.
Actually, some people feel a lot more certain about the factual picture or something, than I do. And, it's like, I don't know, and today that's just kind of getting to me a little bit, it's just getting to me that,
This is POV from the hooker trying to earn her $50 while Kirk unloads his depression.
Oh my God. I've often thought about what prostitutes have to deal with. And can you imagine? She's down there working it. Just working it. And the guy's like, you know what? I'm just so depressed. He's just not even paying attention. That would be so fucking depressing for her. I got to keep going at this for a while.
Nothing I'm doing is good enough. I don't know. Sorry if that's too introspective. I was just having a day. Of course, it's really frustrating because I know that it's even more frustrating than that because, of course, I know, and people who know law should know, that there isn't necessarily an answer, because judges disagree about answers.
Really?
The Supreme Court disagrees.
Really? Is that true? There's not really an answer? Amazing.
About answers, Supreme Court's unanimous more than half the time. People don't know that, but the Supreme Court is unanimous more than half the time. But sometimes they're not.
Oh. Sometimes they aren't.
And so, the smartest, arguably the smartest, most well-qualified people in law in our country don't necessarily agree. So what hope is there for me? If it's like, what hope is there for me if, I read the law differently than someone else?
I wonder if this is close to the Chat GPT chimp out incident. I wonder if that's what happened.
No. Frustration is real today.
Frustration is real every day. What are you talking about?
Wait, so you were telling me that prostitutes are not a therapy service with extra remediation techniques?
They are.
Also, when are you going to get back onto that unbreaded schedule, Pope? Touchdown on paper.
I don't have an unbreaded schedule. I do have to, incorporating more unbreaded is always on the menu. Figuring out the right way to do it. Right now, I don't need unbreaded because Kurt is keeping me breaded.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lightly saute this. I'm not going to saute it to death, but I'm going to lightly saute it.
So he has cold oil, red chili flakes. Now he has diced onion and celery, I guess. Where was he dicing the onion and celery? Did he do it with his chopper machine, or did he buy diced onion and celery? Which, no shame. By the way, I love buying pre-diced, but if I'm tired, it's like, fuck, I need to throw together a quick dinner. And I'm at the store, I'll grab those little 3 or 6 ounce packages of diced onion, diced bell peppers, stuff like that. No shame in that.
I'll bring out some of the flavor. I'm also going to throw in some garlic in there.
Don't do it yet. Don't do, as you're sauteing it. No, right at the end, right before the pasta goes in, unless you're going to slow cook that fucking garlic, because you're going to burn it, fatty.
Got myself some minced garlic. That's what I usually use, is just minced garlic.
No, don't put it in now.
Shit.
No, you motherfucker. We're at 4 significant dollops of minced garlic.
More red pepper.
More peppers. Zajaka says, I think he used a teaspoon, but there's no way those are teaspoons. It's 2 to 3 teaspoons, because that garlic will heat a fucking champion. Did you see it? Hold on. See if I can pause this at the right moment. Oh, I think it's reflecting something. I thought there was cum dripping down the side of this fucking thing, but what is this? Maybe it is. This is fucking foul. Did you guys see this? This is not a Texas thing. It's close to a Texas thing. But look what's on his counter behind the Instapot. Right there. This nice roach trap. Roach Hotel, baby. Right back there. Big fucking roaches like this in Texas. He's in Houston. He's got them. They go into that thing and then they die. And they're still gross. Ah! Yuck. It's up on his counter. Move. Burn the whole city down and move. Roaches are so fucking disgusting. I hate them. I hate roaches. I love Houston. I like going to visit. I like the restaurants. I like the chaotic layout of the town. I wouldn't want to live there again, but I like going there. I will never, ever. I just cannot be around those roaches. The roaches there get so fucking big. So fucking big. Yeah, you don't put that there. You put that down on the floor behind the fridge. It's harder to get to. Don't put it on your counter by your food.
Can you guys see okay? No, not really. Let me see if I can position this in.
JB says, Nick, I'm glad you're doing better, but I do miss the humor of drunk Nick. Me too, but what I don't miss is the rambling, the slurring, the brain scrambling that happened with it. And the ability to go from being in control and lighthearted and funny to being out of control. I don't really miss that much.
Better. All right, again, I'm just going to lightly saute this. I'm not going to like reduce it down or anything. I'm just going to like try to bring up the aromatics a little bit.
Don't say that word. Don't you dare fucking say that word. That's our word. You cannot say aromatics. I hate this. I hate this. Instapots have a saute setting, which is just high. There's no control over the temperature. You don't know what it is. It's just hot.
A little salt in there too.
It just gets hotter and hotter and hotter, which can be fine depending on what you're doing. Like if you're searing meat, perfect. That's what it's for. Is he trying to sweat these? Is he trying to get color on them? I mean, if he's trying to get color on them, he fucked up by not heating the oil first. Instapot Pro lets you set the temp. He does not have an Instapot Pro. He doesn't even have an Instapot Bro.
Smells promising, guys. Smells like hope. Smells like maybe my day will improve.
It won't. I saw what you're adding later. I don't know what his goals are here. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish with the veg. Like Rachel Ray, EVOO. No idea what oil he used here. He just put in some greasy thing. It's probably olive oil because that's what he uses. Because he has no idea about.
All right, I think that's enough.
What? He just bare hands it, so it's definitely not hot enough. That's enough. He just sauteed it on low to medium low for a minute. Nothing happened. He didn't like. There's water in there. There's water just sitting there.
Thank you for the $50 super chat, Melinda. That's very kind of you. Appreciate it.
Just give him $50 to go to cooking school or something. Like, what the fuck is going on?
I feel a little bit better. I appreciate the thank you.
Yeah, money makes me feel better too.
You're paying for my dinner, so that's nice.
If that dinner costs $50, put yourself in the Instapot. Gosh, that
Take
looks,
off the wrapping.
That looks
well,
so
I never
gross.
take off the wrapping when I cook sausage. Am I supposed to?
Holy shit! That was a natural casing sausage. Look at it.
Isn't that just the casing?
That was a natural casing sausage. Holy shit! Like he could have just. Mr. K says, ask Grok 4 for a satirical cocaine weight loss plan to get from 330 to 210. It did it. Oh, send it to me. That sounds fucking great. So yeah, I didn't realize that didn't look like a natural casing sausage, but he should have just opened it with a knife and used it like a ground sausage. Why did so if he starts cooking this shit, those little skins are going to tighten up around and like squeeze the sausage contents out. Like it's going to look fucking weird.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, I never take it off.
Chuck dangerously. He doesn't have a sharp enough knife to
Where's
slice
my
Italian medallions.
There we go.
I want Kurt Cobain himself just listening to Kirk Trauma vomit and make food that looks more depressed than he is.
Courtney Love did it, and we all know it.
Yeah, I don't want to crumble it. I want to leave the links mostly intact.
Why?
I want to leave them in, recognizable pieces. So
Why? Why do you want to do that? Like, what purpose does that have? Like, you're making a sausage pasta. You actually should take advantage of the ground nature of it rather than making it into medallions, in my opinion. Now, like, there's certain, like, if you have andouille or something and it's not a natural casing sausage, like, you want the medallions. But if you don't have that, I actually would suggest taking the casing off. Yeah, fucking hell. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I've pushed more aesthetically pleasing things out of my body.
Yeah.
Oh, just dump it in there. More. It's not enough. Why is he putting it in now? Those are herbs. These are Italian herbs. They don't need to go in now. They can go in with, they could actually go on top at the end, or they could go in near the end of the cooking when you're tossing the pasta in there. Oh, wait, he's doing an Instapot pasta. Who even knows what this is going to fucking come out like? He's going to pressure cook this. He's going to pressure cook it. You know he is. Why would you ask? He's like, oh, these Instapots are great. I can make a pasta in it. He's gonna throw dry pasta in there, a couple cups of water.
Ground sausage. I would just bought ground sausage, right? So I don't want to lose their shape. So
no, but sometimes like ground sausage is different from linked sausage. I don't want to lose their shape. I would have just bought ground sausage. But they probably didn't have that flavor of ground sausage. They certainly don't have a ground sausage stuffed with cheese. You had a cheese sausage anyway. You shouldn't be chopping that up and throwing it in there. You should just, like, those are made to be cooked on a fucking grill. What's wrong with you?
the casing stay on.
Well, they do now. Ah, gross. Oh. Poor watch. It's got to be an imprint of that watch on his left arm.
At least I was 331 on the scale this morning. That was a victory.
See, I said he's 331 pounds. He also said it in a post. I didn't know he said it in the video. That was a surprise. That was a victory. That's a good day. He's down to 331.
Indian Street, food vendors stirring with their feet, seasoning with flies, and wiping the naan in their crack is more appealing than this travesty.
Stop. I'm getting all flummoxed. You keep dirty talking to me.
That was nice. I'll try to remember that I was 331.7 on the scale this morning and try to remain happy about that. At least that was a victory in my day.
Round up to 332, you cheater. His knife can't cut through the skins. Did you see that? It's to rip it apart. Art says, how many portions do you think this is? I think it's a magic number of 4 again. No. He used 4 pounds of meat. That's not 4 portions. Do you mean like actual portions, or do you mean portions for him? Nardo Polo says, my worst, I was 550. Holy fuck, dude, that's big. I'm glad you're alive. I hope you're way less now. Even if you have like a wedding train of skin dragging behind you, I hope you weigh less than that. Just use those just use those binder clips, like office binder clips. Just pull your fat, like your excess skin back behind you and have someone clip it on, like a suit at Express for Men. Jenner says, why is he gnawing through the sausage like that and not fucking cutting it? He doesn't own a knife that's anywhere near as sharp enough to cut through anything. All of his knives, you can make mashed potatoes with them. That's it. You're at 330 now. Congrats, man. That's 220 pounds. You've lost a big dude. That's great. Keep going. He's going to go prune trees in the yard with that knife after this. Roland Arthur, he's clearly not on a carnivore diet.
Can 299 be too far behind? Hopefully not. All right.
He wants to get down to 299 from 331. And he's got this going for him right now. His fucking slop bucket with a cheese. Like, I still don't know if this is a cheese inside the sausage or if it's some kind of seasoning. Again, if you've got a cheddar cheese stuffed sausage, you're now chopping it into medallions and throwing it into a pressure cooker. Like, why have you done this?
All right. So we've got now, what is that? Roughly 2.5 pounds of sausage in there.
2.5 pounds sausage. Okay, we're doing.
Okay, so now I'm going to add in my tomatoes and stuff and see where we're sitting.
This is just in a cold Instapot tub. Why don't you do your cool sideways method of opening the can, Kurt, and tell us about it? You watched it on a life hack video 15 years ago. Just a can of tomatoes, I guess. And the slop of tomato sauce. Why is he so angry opening these cans? Like his movements are so violent. Wow. 2 cans of tomato sauce. The amount of salt he just added to that ridiculous amount of salt is significant.
All right, and then we'll add in this cheddar cheese soup.
Okay, I thought it was yellow mustard, but it's got to be the cheddar cheese soup.
Right?
Can't hurt. No, it can. It can hurt. You've got tomato sauce, tomatoes, and now cheddar cheese soup. What the fuck is going on? What? Ah! That sound. Ah, gross. I'm going to do it again. Okay. You guys are like cheddar soup. That stuff's based. And he opens the can, turns it upside down. It doesn't come out. What the fuck is that? What is that? It's condensed. It's got to be condensed soup, right? I guess. Like, so you're supposed to add 16 ounces of water to it if you're making it as a soup. Here we go. Holy fuck. Oh my God.
Okay, let's
That looks so filthy.
Nick, did you hear about the rumored South Park deal finalized? 1.5 billion over 5 years. God damn.
God damn. The funny thing is, like, the parent company fucking up and potentially interfering with Trey Parker and Matt Stone's negotiations with other companies probably skyrocketed the price for the parent company. But again, the parent company is only going to end up, like, they're going to recoup half of what they pay, because Paramount Plus, which they're acquiring, Paramount Plus is entitled to half of all streaming proceeds. So if Paramount Plus's parent company is paying 1.5 billion for it, Paramount Plus is going to get 750 million.
see, what am I doing now? Just looking for something to wipe my hands on. Oh, no, my pants. I think this needs a little bit of white wine. I don't have any open white wine. What I really need is a can of white wine, so I don't have to open a bottle of white wine. Because if I open a bottle...
What I really need is a can of white wine. Said only women over 48.
White wine, even with the topper, it's kind of going to go bad after a while. I don't think I want to open a bottle of white wine for this.
Bottle of wine is $9.
I'm going to put in some chicken flavored bouillon as well.
Wait, bouillon or better than bouillon? Normally uses the better stuff.
It looks like he's spirit cooking.
He is. He is. I don't think we're going to get a result reveal on this. How long is he going to cook? He's just going to be like, no, I'm going to throw it in. He's not going to show the results.
So get some better than bouillon. Chicken flavor.
Better than bouillon. I think he just washed his garlic. What are you doing? Three teaspoons of better than bouillon, which is how you make 3 cups of chicken broth.
More red pepper.
You gonna stir this? What are you gonna do with this?
A little bit more Italian seasoning.
Yeah, that's what you need. Just more of that.
Okay, and then finally, 1 package of mini penny.
Oh, use your mitts. Gross.
Also, Italian cheese.
Why?
Okay.
Italian cheese is in.
I think it's done now.
Like mozzarella, Parmesan, and Asiago, probably.
Now the question is, how much liquid do I need to add to this?
None. You don't need any. It's full of liquid.
Probably just like, probably not too much, right?
0. But wait. Hold on. I'm saying that, but he just put a pound of fucking noodles.
Anyone have any thoughts on how much liquid I need to add?
You know, there's a math formula.
Probably not so much that it covers it, right? Probably just like, probably less than it needs to cover it, right? Is probably the right amount of liquid.
How many cups of pasta did you put in? Just double.
Water in this case. Anybody have a thought?
Stop using a pressure cooker. That's the thought.
Yeah, at least a cup. Yeah. Probably 2 cups. Yeah. All right, probably. Let's add some water. Let's see where we're sitting.
Art the Clown. No, I didn't watch it. I'll watch it. Maybe it'd be funny for the show. What does he interview the Glarer about?
One cup.
1 cup? That's not 1 cup. That's 2 cups.
Fill this in. I don't know how much this is. It's probably like a cup and a half.
You don't know how much it is? You've got a measuring cup. It's got lines. It's got fucking lines.
No. That's the right amount. I'm going to stop right there. See, because the water line.
The water line.
Water's just like covering the pasta. I don't think it needs any more than that.
It's not a fucking flood meter, Kurt. He's cooking this in Boston several years ago.
All right, where's my lid?
You know, he's no. The Glarer can go on Kurt's show all day. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. People always can associate with whomever they want. It's fine.
Give me a second. I'm going to try to clean this thing.
This is in layers, like a Norwegian salad.
Hasn't sealed the last couple times I've tried to cook with it, but let's see if we can get it sealed today. If I clean
Why do you think it's not sealing, Kurt? You're filling it. You're filling the pressure cooker. He's washing the lid. Sadie, we are live. He's just washing the lid of his Instapot still. The lid of your Instapot should not really get that dirty. Like, you don't need to do much to wash it. It should only really be steamed because you shouldn't have it contacting the food.
All right. Seal, you damn thing.
Did you make sure the rubber gasket on the inside is like properly attached inside the ring that it sits in? Look at the level of care. It's still just covered in fucking water. He's so mad at it. He just put that thing on
Let's
there.
give that a shot.
You just gonna set it on soup and call it a day? What are you gonna do? Set it on bean/chili. How many minutes are you gonna cook this? 20 minutes? He's not gonna show us the result. Fuck.
All right, let's see if that seals.
Yeah.
Will it be kissed by a rose?
That was not good. You can't make dad jokes, Kurt. You're not one. Deanne Lynn says lucky lady has to be 30 because he wants 6 kids and it's dangerous when you're older. I love when Kurt talks about geriatric pregnancies as if he knows anything about it, the subject. Other than what he saw on like an Instagram reel.
Who can say?
There is so much gross pasta in my Instapot.
I'm going to sit here for 20 minutes, talk to you, and drink my beer.
The thing that causes my heart attack. Did you know that when it blows, the marathon runners? Sorry. Look at him. I have nothing to say. He looks like the angriest uncle anyone's ever had. Just, like he had a long night of like drinking alone planned, but he ended up having to watch like one of his siblings who has a family's kids. And now he doesn't know what to do about it. And he's like, I was going to fucking watch Game of Thrones and drink. And this little fucking asshole's here.
Which beer? I'm drinking this Carbach Hopadilla IPA.
Why didn't you just pour that in there too?
It's pretty good.
Principled uncertainty. I don't know if he actually babysits. I was just saying that's how he looks. He looks like a disgruntled uncle whose alcoholism was ruined for a day. I never had an uncle looking like that. Yeah, you did. You just didn't see it.
I've been watching a lot of watch-related content recently. I'm not quite sure why. I'm looking at watches and I'm not quite sure why, because it's like, what problem am I trying to solve? You know what I mean?
Talk. Say something. Someone grab a stick and poke it.
Is it relaxing for you?
Wait a
Looking
minute.
at watches?
Wait a minute. Guys, I might have good news.
I don't know if it's necessarily relaxing. I'll tell you some of the stuff I've been looking at recently. I was looking at the Oris. I think it's called the Big Crown Big Date, I think it's called. I was looking at that one. That was pretty cool.
Wait, the what?
I was looking at the Sin U1 again. S-I-N-N. Well, it's actually Zin, but it's S-I-N-N. The U1. It's a big-ass, big boy diver watch. It's like 44 millimeter. It's a big boy.
Oh, he's talking about watches. Nice watches are great. Women like nice watches because man wearing a nice watch cares about something that keeps track of his life, and it puts together, and he presents being put together. Also, of course, if you can afford a watch, you've got things generally under control. A 330-pound man with a nice watch is just a fat guy squeezed into a band.
But I really like the bold styling of it. I was looking at the Nomos Club Sport small second. It's got the small seconds at the 6 o'clock position, which I think is really cool. Also a similar look is the Citizen Syosa small seconds, which is quite a bit cheaper than the Nomos.
Not all women like good watches. I'm not saying it's a priority. I'm just saying but it depends on the rest of you. If the rest of you is put together, if you wear suits and the cuff of your suit comes up and there's a nice fucking watch underneath, it looks great. If you dress like a fucking slob and everything in your life is a disaster and you have a nice watch, nobody gives a shit.
I was also looking
For the record, I don't do nice watches. So, like, not my thing.
at as a potential sort of dream watch, the Omega Seamaster Aquaterra small seconds.
Keep saying
It
small
also,
second.
so the Aquaterra also has a normal second hand and also has a small second hand at the 6 o'clock position, which I think I like that look better. So I've been looking at those kind of watches recently.
It's almost over. Guys.
I was on eBay and saw that someone was selling the Zen U1 for about $2,000.
Don't buy a $2,000 watch, Kurt. Look at your life.
It's tempting. But it's like I don't really need it.
No,
So
you
I'm
don't.
diving in my immediate future.
So my little spiel about watches was the message of that was put your life together and then find way, if you're depending on what you're looking to do, you may want to show people that your life is put together, but you got to put your life together first. Like, that's on you. Fuck you. Patty Leather, hold on. I thought of something. Just bear with me for a minute. We're almost done here. But this, I think there may be a second segment. I think I know
I
where
really
it
like
is.
the watch I have too. The Citizen ProMaster Tough Ray Mears.
Because he's not doing anything like, hey guys, I'm gonna go.
I really like that watch.
I think it's
that's the
gonna
one I
cut
took a
off.
photograph and put it on my community tab earlier today. The only thing I don't like about it is it's very, very hard to read the date. The date is small. It's very hard to read.
See, there we go. Hold on. Stick with me now, chat. Because I believe that I believe that there's more to this. I believe I know exactly where it is. Oh, fucking hell. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? He has another video called "Let's Talk About Some Watches." I think we're going. I think we got it. Why are you just sitting there? Look at him just brooding. What are you doing? What is this video? Are you reading the chat? Are you listening to your neighbors? Say a word. I'm getting very uncomfortable. Why are you? Don't look at me like that. Are you waving? What the fuck is happening?
I accidentally killed my stream, I think.
You did. You did. Yes.
I accidentally killed my stream. I went to try to read a YouTube comment, and by reading a YouTube comment, I just wound up killing my entire stream.
It was so good. Okay, so he's waiting for people to come back in. Just say that. Just say anything.
I did a dumb.
Yeah. It's okay. It happens. Let's go, Brandon. I agree. I don't like wearing watches generally because like there's shit everywhere else.
I'm never going to make people happy on this Texas and perfect self-defense thing. I'm doomed.
So just as a side note, while I was scrolling through his videos, he has a video called Andrew Bronca, Law of Self-Defense, corrects me on Texas imperfect self-defense. It's funny. It's funny. I don't know what this is about. Like, he is fucking cooked on this. He can't get over it.
I am never going to make people happy on this Texas imperfect self-defense thing.
Because you got it wrong. You got it like way wrong is my guess, right? Like, that's what happened.
What happened was I tried to load in a YouTube comment. I got a notification on my phone about a YouTube comment, so I clicked that. And
I'm wearing a friendship bracelet like an adult.
Load the YouTube comment, and I couldn't figure out how to get back to the live stream. That's what happened.
Not wearing a friendship cock
What
ring.
happens is someone said something critical of my opinion on the Texas self-defense thing, and I'm such in a depressed state and so needy that I felt the need to like read it right away, even though it would make me more miserable.
Oh my God. That just made me sad. So he's in the middle of his stream and he accidentally kills the stream because someone commented critically about a legal issue that he misstated. And he needed to read it. Like, he needed to read it now. Like, oh, fuck. What was that comment? Because, and even though he knows it'll make him more depressed, and now he is. Wild. And he fucked up his stream at the same time. Oh, holy crap. Oh, no. Turd, who cares? You got a legal issue wrong. Just
basically, I'm depressed. This will make me feel worse.
Make a correction video. Because I'm a giant fucking retard. I got it wrong. But here's the right one.
What happened?
I've changed my mind. Like I want Kurt now to date a young adult woman, like 21, 22, so he can feed her all the cocktails or whatever. I want him to do that because like the next generation is brutal. And so I want him to say something and have her just be like, no, you're fucking dumb. And just like spiral him out of control constantly. It would be such a disaster.
It also like bogged me a lot, like in that Supreme Court decision where I read the Supreme Court decision ordering the guy back, you know, the Garcia case.
Motherfucking Eeyore incarnate here. His skin looks a lot better on his face. Like he doesn't have those like weird bumps all over the place like he used to. So that's good. I mean, who knows what caused that shit? I think, or maybe
a lot because I realized after the fact that I had unintentionally skipped over like a sentence or two when I was reading it, because when I read it, obviously, you know, sometimes I'm reading it and sometimes I'll like look at the screen or put myself full space. So sometimes when I go back, right, usually I can keep my place, but you know, when I was reading it, I lost my place, and so I skipped 2 sentences. And
what?
You know, this turned into a big thing, apparently, because the Supreme Court was like, what was the district court had said? The district court said that the administration needed to facilitate and effectuate the return of Garcia. And the Supreme Court said, we're not quite sure what you mean by effectuate. But, you know, you need to make sure that you have proper, like, respect for the executive and what they can, and what you can and cannot order them to do. And, like, so some people thought that I had skipped it because I was deliberately trying to ignore it, which it wasn't true. But it's like, what do I do? Do I make a video trying to explain this? Do I make a video saying no? You know, when I was reading, like, I just make a video, like I just did right now. It's like I make a video saying no. When I read it, you know, sometimes I'm reading it and sometimes I'm like full screen and sometimes I'm looking at chat.
What is going on right now? He's trying to explain why he skipped 2 sentences because he lost his place. Did it change the like overall analysis? Were those 2 sentences? Did he happen to skip the critical 2 sentences of the opinion? What the fuck happened? Listen to him. You'd think he just ran over his cat.
And I just lost my place and I just skipped over 2 sentences. And I usually don't like read the parentheticals.
Why?
You know, because there's no reason to, because the parentheticals are just like string cites of previous cases. So sometimes I'll skip.
Well, I mean, sometimes there's a summary of why that case is in there in the parenthetical. So like, you know, sometimes you want to read the parenthetical. Principled Uncertainty says James Foley looked more relaxed on camera. Is he compelled to do this by some rogue judge? Yes. Yeah. This is Kurt's condition of getting a Texas bar card, was to have to do these videos.
Like basically a paragraph, because the paragraph is basically just nothing but citations. And there's no reason for me to read all the citations out loud, right? Even if they like quote previous law, there's like no reason really for me to read it out, so I'll just usually skip it.
No,
what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to make a video trying to say this to people? Because even if I said that and it's true, they would never accept it anyway.
They'd never accept it. You know, that's right.
They'd say I'm bad or I'm lazy or
you are
lying or
yes,
you know, whatever. It's like, so there's no point in trying to explain it, right?
You're the worst, you loser. You suck. You missed 2 sentences, you piece of shit. Gah! Hit your hand with a hammer.
Because what value would it have anyway?
None. No value. The food is cooking. It's in the Instapot. The Instapot's going. He's got 20 minutes on the Instapot. It's going to take a while for it to heat up enough to generate the pressure, of course, to get to that 20 minutes. So, like, It's going to be a little bit.
You know, I just missed it. You know, how much missing it mattered to what I was saying, I'm not sure. I noticed that Andrew Branca, for example, when he discussed it, like really like hammered in on this a lot. So he thought it mattered a lot. He also, Andrew Branca kept saying, what was his phrase? He kept saying, unelected, tyrannical, black robe judges.
Yeah!
Or maybe it was unelected.
That's why Branca's fucking hilarious and based. He's like these fucking unelected black robe judges, pieces of shit garbage. That's why he's getting like a bunch of views right now. It's awesome.
Tyrannical black robe federal judges. He kept saying this phrase over and over again, as though saying it over and over again was some sort of chant.
No, it's marketing. It's marketing. It's marketing. When you repetition is a form of branding, and if you brand something a particular way and label it a particular way, especially one that resonates with the target or core audience that you're trying to attract, then what you do is you create one, clippable content that is repetitive and therefore memorable, and two, invokes strong emotional responses in people that you want positive emotional responses from, and also negative emotional responses from people that you can then make fun of. Branca's got it down. He's got that figured out. But yeah, he's branding. He's borrowing from Trump. Trump does this all the time. But yeah, he's saying the same thing over and over. He's making them into what he needs them to be for his own purposes, and it's effective. Try it.
It was a lot. You know, it's like, you know, so, yeah.
Curtis Jen, why am I such a pussy? That's good. I like that. Say anything. Oh my God, talk. Be more depressed or whatever. Like, be happy. I don't care. Just talk. Just do fucking anything.
I also thought maybe it was being a little bit pedantic, even for the Supreme Court, which was saying a lot. You know, I thought that, like, basically haranguing the judge on his exact word choice was, you know, a little.
How is the executive ordered to effectuate the return of Abrego Garcia? Put in force or operation. How can they do that? Okay. So Abrego Garcia is supposed to be brought back to the United States from what, El Salvador, I think is where he was sent. The executive can't effectuate the return. They can't put it into action. El Salvador has to do it. We have turned him over to El Salvador. So now to get him back, we have to ask. So the president can't effectuate this thing. It's not a possible thing for him to do. Facilitate, yes. The president can facilitate the return by negotiating with the foreign nation, but he can't effectuate it. He can't kick it off and send it into action. So it's not a thing the court can actually order a president to do.
A little notable, even for the Supreme Court, you know. It's like, because I used this word and not this word, it's like, I thought that was a little anal, even for the Supreme Court. But maybe it was just me.
Everybody wants a little anal. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Principled Uncertainty says, apropos of nothing, if you're in the UK and base, do not
it's the active link for them.
do not vote for reform. Join Restore for £20, and we will revive the populist revolution. Normal programming will now continue. So that was an ad for Restore over in the UK.
Moment. Yeah, I get the same feeling. I streamed reading Destiny's answer to the complaint, where's the motion dismissed. I skipped a couple lines by accident. Yeah, I saw the answer, and the answer was nothing. There's nothing for me to cover, right? The answer is just a denial to everything, and then the range of just standard affirmative defenses. It was the most generic form answer possible, right? So I didn't even bother covering his answer. Because, like, I just deny everything, and by the way, here's, like, basically the 12 standard defenses. You know, it's like...
Okay, so he denies everything without having to say anything, and he provides the standard affirmative defenses, which preserve the issue upon appeal and allow him to make those arguments later. Because if he didn't include the standard affirmative defenses in his answer, he would waive his ability to use them. Answers are often quite boring. Yeah, I admit it's me. I live in this address, whatever. And then I deny everything else. He's like, yes. And then the standard 12 affirmative defenses. You want him to make up affirmative defenses? It's a revenge porn case. Like, what's he gonna do? He either did it or he didn't do it. Or he was justified in doing it, or there's actually no expectation of privacy, etc. There's a bunch of caveats, but like, as far as affirmative defenses go, your goal is to preserve your ability to argue them and pursue those at trial or in summary judgment. And so you put those in your answer, because if you don't, you lose them. It sounds like a standardly written answer. Who cares?
There was nothing there, so there was no point in covering it.
I'm not saying Destiny has any claim. I haven't looked in the lawsuit at all. I'm just saying, like, that sounds like, a bog standard answer. I wish I had any.
As for the motion dismiss, he reserved his motion on the the 12b6. He reserved it, but I think he threw in some defenses in the thing relating to like defenses. He just didn't file a motion to dismiss this time, but I threw it in as affirmative defenses. He preserved it for later. He doesn't really have any real damages. I mean, his only real defense is the damages. Is really his only real defense.
Hey,
I can see.
Hey, you page me.
It doesn't look like this is going to be litigated in the court papers. It looks like it's going to be litigated very quietly in the background for an indefinite period of time. So I guess we're going to discovery. He didn't file a motion for summary judgment. I don't think she's going to file a motion for summary judgment. So I guess we're just off to discovery, and then that's going to happen quietly in the background for however long that takes. So probably won't see anything in that case of substance for, 2 years.
Maybe longer.
Possibly longer, depending on if he tries to drag it out. I would if I was him. They both demanded a jury trial. It wouldn't surprise me, but that doesn't necessarily mean they want one. You have to demand the jury trial or you lose it. So if there's any chance you want the jury trial at all,
It's one of the dumb procedural things.
Because you can take
you didn't ask for jury trial
later.
earlier.
So you always demand it up front. Unless you know that you don't want it for some reason. But most attorneys like to keep their options open, even if they knew they didn't want it, they'd keep their options open. So We'll see. Can it happen? What happens if an executive branch does not respect a decision from the judicial? Well, what happens is you have a constitutional crisis, is what happens. You know, if you
Not necessarily. You don't have a constitutional crisis. They just ignore it. And then the judicial branch would issue another thing. But ignoring a district court would just go then up the chain, up the appellate chain.
you do a whole Andrew Jackson, you know, Marshall's made his decision, now let him enforce it. You have a constitutional crisis, is what you have.
What was the crisis that was caused by Andrew Jackson denying Chief Justice Marshall?
So that's bad.
Did you hear can you guys hear the victim scream in the background? Like, what's going on? It's like someone getting a potato peeler to shave off skin. Where does he live? Does he live in like a Mexican suburb? Wait, he's in Houston. Yes. Yes, he does. Dude, he is in a fucking rut here. The stuff we used to watch, he was constantly engaged in chat. Look at him now. Just sitting there brooding on this.
Still planning on probably doing the watch assembly next weekend. I'm still expecting to receive some items. I look sad. I'm depressed. I'm depressed.
Read the chat and get over it.
I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side of the depression curve today. But yeah, I'm still waiting for some items.
The depression curve is the shape of your stomach. Principled Uncertainty says, Kurt looks terrified. I get it. After a certain age, smokers and fat people start to stare at the clock. But dear God, man, get a grip. Killing yourself with food and inertia is a terrible way to go.
To arrive, so I'll probably try to do the assembly of the watch next weekend, assuming the things get here.
Assembly of
I imagine they will.
He's making watches now? His hands shake so fucking much. How does he build a watch?
Yeah, I hope it gets better. I appreciate that you love me a lot, Paris. I appreciate that, but
Is he under 35?
Depression doesn't necessarily work that way.
What's up, Charlie's Vlogs? Go! Do anything!
Hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. There's no reason to expect it won't be better tomorrow.
There's no reason to expect it
Just
will
woke up
be
in a
either.
funk today.
You'll probably wake up in a funk tomorrow.
It'll probably be better tomorrow.
Maybe. Maybe not, though. Paris is Kurt's girlfriend? I don't believe you. The chat hasn't come up with anything to distract him. Nothing. Not a single.
I don't think it's pressurizing. The timer's ticking, but I don't think it's pressurizing.
Is it because you forgot to turn the pressure valve? Is it because you forgot to turn the pressure valve? Put that fucking valve on sideways.
Nope. It is not. Come on, baby. Steam is coming out.
That's
Pressurize,
wrong.
you bitch. Pressurize.
Steam coming out is wrong.
I don't know if you can see. There's steam coming out.
That
The
shouldn't.
valve isn't going up. Yeah, I see the steam's coming out. The valve isn't going up to put into place.
Wiggle it.
God damn it.
You just wiggle it. That's all you do. It's just steaming.
Like be down in there, give it a wiggle. How am I supposed to do that?
He's just fucking steaming that slop massacre.
Hold on.
I wish this is happening more on camera. It's just autistic twisting of the fucking lid just over and over.
Ah. Okay, that worked.
It worked.
No, that worked.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's up. Oh, that actually worked.
That's all.
Good idea.
That's great.
That actually worked. Okay, thanks.
Imagine those are the sounds of dating Kurt. Like all that's it, ladies. Stare at me pensively again. Guys, he walked 15 feet. He's done for. Oh my God. Can you imagine?
We should play a game. What kind of game should we play? Should we do 20 questions?
Yep. Anything.
I could guess. I could think about something, and you could guess it. All right, let me try. Let me think of something.
Fun.
Okay.
The answer is always sausage.
All right.
Do you want to play a game? I know you may be uncomfortable, but now.
All right. I am thinking of a thing.
Okay. Is it monochromatic?
The yelling is kids outside. They're fine.
Yelling is kids in the freezer. They're okay. It'll quiet down soon.
In the pool area of the apartment complex. Don't worry.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Props to you guys who live in apartment complexes. I can't. I could not do that. It's too close to everybody. It's too fucking loud. This entire video, I've heard the screams of unwashed children.
Is it a mineral? No. Is it in my kitchen? No.
That's two questions.
Is it law related? No.
Not a mineral. Not in his kitchen. Not law related. Is it a waterfall?
Am I wearing it? No. Is it watch related? No.
Is it an El Salvadoran government? What's up, Harvard Yard? Is it a train? Does it have a name? And do you have a figurine of it? Thomas, Percy, Diesel, Stanley.
Is it gym related? No. Is it the screaming in the pool? Also no.
Yes, it is.
Is it religious or naughty related? No. Is it Justice Gorsuch? No. It is a thing.
Is
it is not beefish.
Not beefish. Is it grease? Is it cheese? Is it edible?
Is it food related? No.
Oh my God.
You guys aren't doing very good so far.
Is it a Geo Metro? It's a Honda Civic. Is it his impending death?
Is it Karen Reeve related? No.
Said it wasn't law related.
He is also not Mars.
Is it something to heat your toilet bowl water?
Is it an object? Yes, it's an object.
It's a
Is it
toilet
bigger
bowl
than a
water.
bread box? Yes, it's bigger than a bread box.
Okay.
It is not the socioeconomic struggle of the proletariat. No. It is not the pictures behind me.
Where's your dragon picture, you bitch?
Can I wear it on my head? No.
An object? Is it a woman?
Is it a mansion in Hawaii? That's oddly specific and no. Is it a gun? No. Does it consume electricity? No. Is it in my apartment? No.
Is it in my apartment? Can you find it in a house?
It does not need fuel.
Is it a Tesla? They don't need fuel.
Is it made of natural elements?
Some.
It's man-made, if that answers your question.
That doesn't answer the question at all. The question was, is it made of natural elements?
It is not Sarah Boone's suitcase, no. It is not a swimming pool. No.
Do you wear it?
It is not a spear gun.
Why not?
What color is it? Typically kind of silver. Is it smaller than a car? No. Is it a boat? No.
Is it a car? Is it a silver Thunderbird like Mark Cohn?
Approximately how much does it weigh? It would be quite heavy.
Agent Ajax.
I don't know how much it weighs, but it's not easily portable.
Why is everything so
Can it move?
heavy?
Not really, no. It is not the Eiffel Tower.
Is it Rosie O'Donnell? Is it you?
It is not a building. Is it a monument? No. It's not a submarine. Do I own it? No, I don't own one.
It's silver. It's bigger than a car.
Telephone pole? No, but you're getting closer.
So it's phallic. Is it a satellite?
It's not a robot.
It's a satellite.
Maybe if I did warmer, yeah.
It's a
Tornado shelter? No. A lamppost? You're getting closer.
That's where politicians go. Do you guys,
Electrical substation? No.
did you guys
Not
see
a
the
transformer.
Fantastic Four preview? Silver Surfer's a chick? Like I'm
A mobile
confused.
tower? No.
It's a satellite. It's a satellite.
It's not a cell phone tower. Do you guys want a hint?
Yes.
Apartment building? No. Street light? No, it's not a street light.
None of this shit's silver. What's wrong with these people?
Flagpole. You got it, NJS55. Flagpole was the thing. Congratulations. NJS55 gets it. Flagpole was the item I was thinking of. Congratulations.
Imagine you have the entire world at your fingertips. Like, I'm going to think of something. It's a pole. That's what he thought of. It's a pole. It's a flagpole. Flags go on it. I'm a ton of fun.
My hint was going to be paranoia, everyone's coming to get me.
Harvey Danger.
But you got
Run it
there
up
before I had to
flagpole
get
and
the
see who still looks, but no one ever does. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. Sorry.
Explain the hint.
You told them all I was crazy.
Paranoia, everyone's coming to get me. Said I was crazy. Cut off my legs, now I'm an amputee. Goddamn you. I'm not well, but I'm not well.
I'm not well, but I'm not well. He is depressed.
So stuck in hell. I'm not sick, but I'm not well. Get something with this well.
Because it's a
great song, but how's it related to a flagpole?
So well.
What's the name of the song, Ashley? Ashley, what's the name of the song?
Flagpole Sitta.
That's how it's related. What's the name of the song? Oh, man.
It's about jerking off in public.
That, I guess, was not very good. You don't know? The song is called Flagpole Sitta. That's why it's related.
Sitting down and jerking off
Flagpole Sitta
in public.
Yeah.
Great song. I'm not well, but I'm not well.
Explain how flagpoles sit up silver. It's silvery. Most of the flagpoles I've seen are kind of silver in color. How would you describe a flagpole as being in color? You don't think a flagpole's silver? What color is it? It's kind of silvery. What do you think they look like? White? I don't know what flagpoles you're looking at, man.
Every flagpole I can find. Love the Pies says Nick not only knows about the song but can recite the lyrics. Of course. The song came out while I was in high school. Running underground with
said mostly silver. Staring at one right now. Holes. Yeah, it's like, yeah. The flagpoles are usually kind of a metallic color, kind of silvery. But I didn't want to say metallic because that might give too much away. So I was like, okay, they're kind of silver.
Yeah. Who would want the audience to win in 20 questions? That would be boring. We wanted is 50 questions that didn't get them to the answer.
2 truths and a lie. 2 truths and a lie.
I'm not well. I'm not well. I am well.
I love chat. I love chat. I love law. And peas are fish.
So he doesn't love chat. That's what I'm getting. He says bees are fish.
What was the last one? Bees are fish. That was the last one. I said bees. Bees are fish.
Don't you
Bees
love
are fish.
the humor of like the disabled? And you're like, I don't get it. No, but I don't understand. Bees aren't fish, so that's not even funny. Like, so two truths and a lie is supposed to be three statements that it's hard to tell the difference. Bees are fish. It's a reference to something. He's like holding his phone, I guess. Stop staring around like that. What are you looking at?
All right, maybe we should do another 20 questions. I
Yes.
need to think of another thing.
Yeah, because your other thing went so well, the two truths and a lie.
Let's see, what's another thing I can think of? There's so many things in this world. What is another thing?
A syringe. Hospice nurse. Gout.
Oh, let's say
My dumb movies. Are you a tank? Whoa, yeah. Best
all right, I
question
have an
ever is
idea.
from Bill and Ted 2.
I have an idea in my head. All right, so I am thinking of a thing. What thing am I thinking of, chat?
Running car in your garage. My
Is it
eyelids
man-made?
slowly
Yes.
closing for the last time. Is it your search history?
Can it burn? Yes. Is it soft? Yes. Is it in my apartment? Yes.
Frank's Red Hot.
Is it large? No.
You said it was sauce, right?
Is it a toothpick? No.
Oh no, it's soft. Wait, soft?
Is it my bed? No. Is it a pillow? No.
Cool, K. Burgess. Thanks.
It is not the pressure cooker. It's not a braid. Does it require electricity? No. Is it my carpet? No.
Does your carpet match?
Soldering iron? First of all, I don't have one of those. Second of all, no.
You don't have a clothing
Is it a
iron?
candle? No. Is it alive? No.
Is it David Carradine hanging in your closet?
Does it need to be washed? No.
He doesn't need to be washed.
Is it something you eat? No. Is it Clemson related? No.
This is way more than 20 questions every time.
What color is it? Typically white.
Is it cum? It's got to be cum. Just cum. It's cum. Cum.
Can I see it now? No, I don't see one right now. Paper towel? No. It is in my apartment, yes.
Grim says, all you beat me to cum. Lucky?
Is it in my kitchen?
It was a group effort, Grim.
No. It is not a microwave, no.
Is it drowning a My Little Pony figurine?
It's not TP. Is it in my living room? No. Does it move? Does it move?
This is... We've been watching these Cooking with Kurt videos, and the ones from years ago, I mean, he's engaged, he's active. Like, he is, my man looks like he's about to check out of life's hotel. Yeah, I'm worried about him. First of all, he's got these crazy fucking eyes. He's looking at a 7-10 split, and he's going to get it. Like, he is going to nail the split. All right. But second of all, like, man, he's just sitting there and he's like, oh, we should play 20 questions again. And then he'll have a manic laugh at his, like, the 2 truths and a lie thing. He's like, I love the chat. I love the law. And bees are fish.
When it's doing its job, it moves.
It's a dick. It's got to be a dick.
Alarm clock, no. Prayer, no. Vacuum, no. Water, no.
You said it was white. It's white.
Also, it's man-made. Water's not man-made.
Yes, it is. Good one is.
A mop, no.
You didn't have one of those either.
Blinds, no. Is it something I wear? No.
Watch him singing "Hurt." I don't want. It's gonna be sick.
Toothbrush? No. Is it in my bathroom? No.
Is it your mini blinds? It's your mini blinds. Is it a fan? It's got to be a fan, right? If it's moving, if it's doing its job, it's moving.
It's not furniture, no. It's not a fan. Does it have a smell?
Not a fan.
No.
I'm fucking cooked. Is it a parasocial
Microphone?
relationship?
No.
No, you don't have one of those. Yeah, Brittany Court, I see you. We'll do that when we're done with this video. We got what, 16 minutes left, something like that. What is it? Is no one guessing? Did your audience quit guessing?
Envelope. Paris got it. Paris, it is an envelope. You got it. Good job.
If an envelope is doing
envelope was what I was thinking.
No. Fuck you. Fuck you. You said if it's doing its job, it's moving. But an envelope's job is not to move. An envelope's job is to hold a letter inside of it. Or, you know, whatever's inside of it. It's not to move. It's just to hold the thing. So that's a lie. I don't buy it.
Good job.
Your pressure cooker went off a minute ago. Please go to the pressure cooker and show me the sausage. Wait. Fuck. I said that all wrong. Damn it.
All right, let's check on the pasta. The beeping happened. Let's check it. Let's check what's going on. It's the when it's moving, when it does its job was a good hint. Yeah, does it move? And when it's doing its job, it does.
What's up, EVS?
Yeah, when the envelope is doing its job, it definitely is moving.
I can't send Ethan the link because I have to go to bed at some point here. And if he's on, I won't. I'll just sit and talk to him all day because he's so cuddly. I'm not going to bed yet. I'm going to bed at the end of this video and then maybe the hurt video.
Happy pressure noises.
Happy pressure noise. Kurt, don't you wish you could do this to yourself and take the pressure off with the valve? Wait, do we have a raid? That's cool.
Have some ASMR steam.
Why would you do this? I don't want to hear ASMR steam. This isn't good. Principled Uncertainty says off to do real things. Thanks, Nick. That was a great start to the day. Have a good day, man. Go get it. This is gonna look so fucking good when he lets it out.
How you guys think it turned out?
Oh,
You think it turned out okay?
No, I think it turned out atrocious.
You think it turned out like happy? Will it make me happy?
I think it turned out like the fall of Saigon.
Will it increase happiness?
I think it turned out like a Burmese shooting gallery. What the fuck do you think? Can it make you happy? No, nothing can. You're insufferably depressed all the time. When I think about being around you, I get sad. It's like, God, I'll be so depressed. I hurt myself today.
On a scale of 1 to happy, how's this likely to do?
1, the worst. It's just flop mixed with goop, probably some dandruff and sweat. Right now he's putting children in a rock tumbler. The screams are coming from outside the house, I promise. Josh Schmidt says, I would like to have a real discussion, but I don't know how. I mean, there's lots of people who could help you do that. Are you talking about
let's see what we got.
having a real discussion with me?
What we got. What's in the pot? What's in the pot?
It's not a good reference to 7. Sussmets, if you want to have an off-subject discussion, typically, like, you would do that through super chats. Say, I can't always follow like a long discussion through chat while also watching a video and whatever. I see chats from time to time. I skim them and I read them, and some catch my eye. But I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to see most of your chats. So, like, if you want to get a streamer's attention, using memberships or super chats or whatever to do it is an effective way. But right now is probably not a good time. Like, I'm not going to be able to talk to you about like the constitutionality of the 25th Amendment and a president's obligation to follow along with presidential succession. If a president dies, the Constitution has laid out what happens with that. It's in there. So, like, if they don't comply, then Congress would theoretically impeach them. If they refuse to leave office upon impeachment, then they would be attempting a, presumably military coup of the country, and someone would probably go in and shoot him in the head. But it's hard to say. Maybe they're really popular. But I don't know. We're watching a fat man cook his feelings into dust. It's kind of hard to like shift gears, and typically like hit it earlier in the show. And that type of stuff is great. Or you can send me a DM on any platform, and I try and answer a lot of them. Modern Hayes says, love you, Nick. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you. Anyway. Oh! Ah! Oh my God. What the fuck is that? It's all of like the processed cheese product has just turned into oil and grease. Fuck, this is disgusting. It's one of the grossest things that's worse than I thought it would be. And I had high expectations for fucking horror. And this is way worse. Oh my God. Sasmets, email me then. If you can't DM, email me. This is so gross. This looks like an Exxon disaster. I feel like if you started lowering me into it, it'd be like Kalima and the chanting from Temple of Doom. It looks like lava. The sounds. So fucking gross. That's a coronary in a pot. Oh, shaky styrofoam bowl.
Okay.
I'm at a cook-off in my home.
Let's see how we did.
Those shakes are really bad. I hope he's got medical care for that. Like, no joke. Where's your dragon painting? Yeah, show us your DMs. That's perfect. The good, the rad says, haven't seen you in a bit and coming back. Everything's exactly how I'd want it. Way to go, man. Here's some more. Thanks. Thanks, brother. Or sister. Probably brother, though. You're on Rumble.
All right. Let's see how we did, kids. Let's see how we did.
Let's see. Series of fucking more. To his credit, the pasta looks well cooked.
Not bad.
Stop smacking.
Not bad.
Not bad is not the type of review we usually get from Kurt on his own food. That tells me not good. That doesn't look good. Oh, the bumps are there. They're there. Here. Maybe they're only there when he eats whatever this is.
Do I chase the cheddar? Not really as much as you think. Does it need some?
You put 10 ounces of cheddar into 400 ounces of everything else.
Heat? Could probably use some more red pepper, to be honest. I thought I put in plenty, but maybe not enough.
Put in a lot, but then you also
Could use more red pepper.
You dumped in and pressure cooked a dairy-based soup. Why do you think it's going to get super hot? Like, it's just red pepper flakes. Red pepper flakes You know, there's a lot of grease in there, so I know this is going to sound counterintuitive, but they release their spiciness and flavors into oil most effectively. You have a bunch of other stuff. It's greasy, but it's not quite the same.
Pepper. Could probably use some salt too, to be honest.
Could use some salt. Could use some salt. Could you imagine?
I love calling cops the donut patrol to their face or in their hearing. Also, I yell, nice butt, so they'll think I'm gay and not pull me over for a ticket. Make them uncomfortable.
Sounds good.
More cheese? I'm hesitant to put in too much cheese. You know?
He put in a can of cheddar soup and at least an 8-ounce, maybe a 16-ounce bag of shredded Italian cheese, which is mozzarella, which is a... Never mind. You got mozzarella, probably Parmesan, and probably Asiago, maybe Romano instead. But that's the typical Italian blend.
Last time I added in both things of cheese,
I think it was 8
turned
ounces.
out to be just too much. So I'm hesitant to add in more cheese. I think putting in the whole thing of cheese would be a mistake. How is it? It's fine. It's not bad. It's perhaps slightly more one-dimensional than I would have wanted.
It's 8 grams of fat per bite.
But, you know, it's not bad. Okay, now I'm getting some heat.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting some heat.
Right. There you go. Now some heat is finally hit.
Yeah, I don't think it needs any more red pepper. I don't think that's the problem.
He's going to start sweating. Ah! He just spit it back out into his bowl. Gross. It's like when you're at the zoo or whatever and they throw like a watermelon or whatever, or like a hand of bananas out to a gorilla. And you just watch it just like, and just completely savaging the food.
It's not bad at all.
Hey,
it's like a solid 7.
Congrats, AJ. Get it, girl.
Probably not going to win an award. Probably not going to win a culinary award show, but you know.
No, it's got a shot.
Perfectly serviceable.
Serviceable.
I don't think it's salt. It's not red pepper. I might put in some black.
It's not salt. Everything you put in there is loaded with salt. You have 2.5 pounds of sausage. You have 2 cans of tomato sauce or whatever. You have the cheddar soup. You have a pile of cheese. Like everything you put in it is salt laden.
Black pepper. Let's see if that does anything.
What about your Italian herbs? Taste those? Is it all the garlic that you put in?
It's getting better though with each bite, which is nice. The heat is like nicely building up too, which is nice. Garlic. I don't think garlic is the problem. We put what was it? 4 teaspoons of garlic, minced garlic in there.
Heaping teaspoons of garlic. You threw them in there violently.
More onion. It could definitely have used some more onion and bell pepper. Yeah, could have used more onion and bell pepper. I think that would have been nice.
Definitely could have been more onion. Definitely bell pepper. Yeah.
Some basil, yeah.
There's basil in your Italian seasoning blend.
I bought that one container of half chopped onion, half bell pepper. It was like 7 ounces pre-cut. But I could have easily done twice as much.
Why didn't you?
The heat is definitely building up. It definitely does not need more red pepper. And unless you're Runkle, then you might need more bell pepper, more red pepper. But this is plenty heat. This is plenty hot for me.
Heard that fucking Kenny Loggins song, "The Heat Is On" today? It was awesome. Heat is on. It's on the street.
And the sausage is nice. Okay, yeah, the sausage is nice.
Yeah, that's some nice sausage right there. I love a nice sausage.
I'm definitely going to eat the entire pot. Not tonight, obviously. It'll take me a couple days to eat the pot, but it's definitely.
That's not obvious, Kurt. Like, that's the problem. Like, you don't understand. It's not obvious. Obviously not today. Oh. Yeah, I totally wasn't thinking you were going to. It's Glenn Fry. Sorry.
The void that is the need for food for a while.
Glenn Fry, not Kenny Loggins.
I think any of you would find this meal to be satisfactory.
Nope.
I've had worse takeout.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that necessarily is the strongest statement, but I've had worse takeout.
No.
So?
No. I would never eat that in my life. Never would I eat what you just made. He makes so many gross sounds. No matter what he's doing, there's just always a gross sound looming.
All right. Well, guys, I think that's going to conclude for this evening.
Sauce, I went to treatment. Go away. Fuck off. Go away. I'm randomly tested. If I fail, I go to prison for years. I'm not doing anything. I'm clean. Go the fuck away.
Who would I like to see run as president, Democrat, and GOP? Well,
me.
I like Vance a lot. Also, Ron DeSantis would be fine for GOP. So those would be my two picks, or me. For Democrats, who would be good? Is there anyone who'd be good for the Democrats? Nobody's coming to mind. Who's the best Democrat that I'm likely to tolerate? Jasmine Crockett.
He changed. Like, this down angle Kurt is so fucking menacing compared to what he was, right? Like, the good, the rad says, don't know why he's single. Me either. Can't tell. Like, it's a menacing look. The rest of it, he's got that upward angle. Like, he doesn't look so, he looks terrifying and different, but not menacing.
No. Thank you, Ashley, for the $9.99. That's very nice of you. Prologar? don't think Proligar wants it, but she's a smart cookie.
Wolfgang Deo says, "Yo, Nick, the rave party last night was wild. Brown Sugar and I totally hooked up on that ecstasy you gave us. By the way, the cocaine is in the mail to pay you back for last week. Screw rehab when YOLO." Thanks, Wolfgang. I'm sure that won't be a problem for me.
Proligar might be a Supreme Court justice someday, man. The Democrats would be insane not to nominate her.
Who?
You know?
What is he mumbling?
And if they nominated her, I'd probably wind up supporting her just because she's so fucking smart.
What is he?
She's so good.
What is he fucking talking about?
Yeah. All right, guys. I will talk to you guys next time. Love you lots. Bye-bye. 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 Where's the off button?
Okay. So there we go. There's that. Sauce, I'm glad to hear that you're past your issues. That's great. Let's see. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. What is this? The man you don't know says, Curtis argued in front of the Supreme Court. You went from Rittenhouse to making fun of him. Do you not feel pathetic at all? No. Not for any of that. I've done way worse stuff than any of that shit. I don't think Kurtz argued in front of the Supreme Court. And he was hired to get a company, like to get a case in front of the Supreme Court, and they fired him before he filed his brief. Here we go.
I'll sing Hurt.
So Kurt did singing streams too 2 years ago. Isn't that like about the time that I was doing them? Fucking wild. The Cooking with Kurt videos look like they started not too long after Cooking with Rackets.
By 9 Inch Nails.
You're going to do the 9 Inch Nails version?
Which was also recorded by Johnny Cash.
Wait, which one are you going to do? They're different. He's doing the 9 Inch Nails version.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel.
Yes.
I focus on the pain. The only thing that's real.
Yep.
The needle tears a hole. The old familiar sting.
I have that R in familiar.
Try to kill it all away. But I remember everything.
What is going on? He's just acapellaing through Hurt? This is fantastic.
What have I become? my sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end. And you could have it all.
Yes!
My empire of dirt. I will let you down. I will make
you
hurt.
God damn it! You got these pauses.
You're welcome.
Ah, no. Oh, God, you fucking demon. Why did you do that? No one warned me about that shit. Ew. That was amazing. Whoa. People fear being his emergency contact. The man you don't know says, how are you tan with a heat allergy? You sing worse, by the way. Well, you see, tanning in general is UV radiation changing the color of your skin. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with a heat allergy. Although being outside and just like tanning would probably activate it. But I'm medicated for my heat allergy most of the time. And also, it doesn't matter if you have a heat allergy or not if you have to be outside. Like if you've got to be outside for something, like you go to a parade or you're out with your kids, and you have a heat allergy, you're just too fucking bad. Like you're just going to have the heat allergy and it's going to suck and you're going to get over it later. So also says you sing worse, by the way. Thank God. Wolfgang Deo says, thank God for AI being able to sing My Ears Hurt. Oh man, that was great. God, it was fucking great. Ah, that's literally a lie. Oh, okay. Wait, what part of it's a lie? UV radiation is not infrared radiation. The heat from the sun that we tend to experience comes from infrared radiation. UV radiation is the opposite end of the spectrum. UV radiation is what causes you to tan or burn. UVA rays, I believe. But it might be UVB. I can't remember specifically. It doesn't really matter because it's not the infrared radiation coming from the sun that causes the heat. In theory, you could have a cold UV tan. But it's summer. I'm outside with my kids and family on occasion. And so I'll be mildly tan. Do you have a problem with me being tan? Is that not okay? Like, am I culturally appropriating something? Like, what did I do? All right, guys, that's it. I need to go to bed. I got to get up early. I actually have to get up pretty fucking early. So I was not planning on doing a 5-hour stream tonight. I was planning on like a 2-hour stream. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for joining me, making it fun, keeping everything fresh and interesting. I hope you I hope you don't hurt yourself today. I hurt myself today. Wolfgang Deo says, talk shit to me. I want to be noticed, senpai. Said, thank God for AI being able to sing. Your ears hurt. Oh, your little ears hurt? You little bitch. Can't take some fucking bad off-key sing? You little fucking pussy. Why don't you slap your ears until your eardrums bleed and then cry about it and you won't have to hear it? All right, guys. Anyway, much love to all of you. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. I'll play the outro song, I suppose. When is my next karaoke night? I don't know. Well, it'll be a bit. We'll have more, more content this week. I don't know if I want to stream tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know if I will be able to. Wednesday, assuming my HRO hearing happens, I will hopefully be streaming at some point with news on how that went. And, we'll see. I said, people are like, oh, multiple ragged streams per week. Yes, I'm trying to get back. I'm trying to get back to just a regular schedule. I would like to stream minimum 3 days a week, hopefully 4, maybe sometimes 5, 6, 7 days, depending on what's going on. So trying to get back into all of that. And the main thing is I've worked all that shit out of my life, like the streaming shit out of my life for a year. And now I have to work it back in and kind of, it has to kind of muscle out a bunch of other stuff. And it just takes time moving things around. Anyway, we'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along with his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight. We'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better